because they know they're not. They know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
Lawmakers in Annapolis set to dive into the ongoing debate on juvenile justice laws for a third time. The concerns Marylanders have about juvenile violence around the state. And a resolution condemning anti-Semitism fails to pass the city council. Why they chose not to approve a pro-Israel resolution.
Well, we're starting off with colder temperatures this morning. We'll talk about how our numbers fare today and what we can expect for the weekend ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and start off with your forecast here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're 20 days from Christmas, Justin.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Good call on that. You are 20 days from right now, and our temperatures are feeling more December-like. We're checking outside right now from our Towson camera. We do have a little bit more in the way of clear skies out there. There's still a few clouds hanging around. We definitely had the overcast conditions yesterday. Numbers right now are near freezing. We're in the mid-30s in Baltimore down through Brooklyn Park, 38 in Dundalk, 35 Essex and Middle River. So colder temperatures for today, and we will have some mountain showers rolling in this afternoon into tonight, and then warmer numbers on the way for the weekend. Overall, on your morning drive, it's going to be cold. Well, temperatures staying in the 30s through 8 a.m. We'll get to the 40s by about 9 o'clock and overall top out close to the upper 40s for today. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
New this morning, officials are investigating a deadly hit and run on West Mulberry Street. This happened after 3:30 on Monday afternoon. When police arrived to the scene, they found an unresponsive 24-year-old man lying near a grass area on Route 40. He was pronounced dead on the scene. Happening today, state leaders will meet for a third and final time to work out a plan addressing juvenile crime. Fox 45 News continues to hear from Marylanders who say juvenile justice makes it feel hard to feel safe in their communities.
Some of those people who I grew up with who are no longer here, if they knew that this was the condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
These kids don't have consequences, and that's what makes me very angry. And I am furious, and I'm going after these. I want to prosecute. I want to see some type of retribution.
In just about 30 minutes here, Shannon Lilly is going to join us live with what we can expect at today's meeting. Well, now to our question of the day. Do you think lawmakers are listening to constituents when it comes to juvenile crime? You can make your voice heard by heading to foxbaltimore.com. And Speaker of the House Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, these are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you feel you're not being heard, go ahead and contact them. We've got their phone numbers and email addresses listed there on your screen. And if you want to connect with more elected leaders who represent you, our website's making it really easy. Just go to foxbaltimore.com, click on the menu on the top left of your screen, and then select lawmakers. From there, you can enter your home address and pull up the elected officials who represent you in your city or town on the state level in Annapolis, and even your members of Congress.
With the large Jewish population that we have here in Baltimore, that is feeling very isolated and alone because of the recent events and the rise in anti-Semitism in the United States, it's important that their government can stand with them.
The Baltimore City Council rejects the resolution from Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifler condemning anti-Semitism. The resolution's in response to what the councilman called rising anti-Semitism in Baltimore and around the nation in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people, for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews. And that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
Now, in the end, too many council members abstained for this resolution to pass. The Baltimore City Council also held a town hall on two pieces of legislation that would bring the Baltimore Police Department under local control. During the last legislative session, lawmakers in Annapolis agreed to hand control over to the city. Now, council members are considering two charter amendments that would give the city complete control of the department. One deals with the department's structure and responsibilities. The other gives more control of the department to the city council. Now, it is important to note, while the state has been in control of the department for decades, the city still had power over the department. The mayor appoints the police commissioner, and the city council has the final say over the department's budgets. Well, there will be another public town hall on this topic on Thursday.
All right, Weather Authority forecast here. We're mainly clear this morning as we're watching the planets rise in the east at this time. There are still a few clouds hanging around. As we head into the day today, our temperatures are going to be on the colder side of things. Definitely want a jacket and make sure you have those sunglasses there because we will see some mostly clear skies to begin the day. A few more clouds rolling into the afternoon. So out for a run or a jog. Temps stay in the 30s for the next couple of hours. Make sure to layer up.
I mean, imagine looking over at that in your home. A stunning scene in Arlington, Virginia. A massive explosion just levels a home. Arlington police say officers had the house surrounded. They were conducting a search warrant when that explosion went off. One neighbor saying he could feel the explosion, and he lives down the street.
But you could feel the sound concussion. It was impressive. I've been here for 50 years, and I've never experienced anything like that.
Police say the suspect fired flares at officers, which led to the fire. Police on the scene reported minor injuries, but nobody was taken to the hospital. Witness the power of theater in action. Still ahead, why some say the pipeline could impact many young people's minds.
'Tis the season for sneezing. Why experts are especially concerned, however, about pneumonia cases going around. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain why just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Border Patrol says it's pausing social media to deal with the migrant crisis. The former head of Border Patrol joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Health officials are raising concern over a spike in a cluster of respiratory diseases in kids. Medical reporter Liz Bonus has all the details.
Hey there, everybody. There are so many illnesses going around with similar symptoms: COVID-19, RSV, the flu. And public health experts want us all to know that any of these common illnesses can lead to pneumonia. The main concern right now is that it's showing up in clusters in children.
Pneumonia is an infection of the lungs.
Dr. Clint Koenig of Ohio's Warren County has the largest outbreak nationwide reported so far. As of today, there are 149 cases reported there in children ages 3 to 14. The average age is 8. Another cluster has been reported in children in Massachusetts, and there are severe outbreaks reported around the world in the Netherlands and in China. Following the pandemic, it is raising alarm that another novel virus is behind the outbreak. The World Health Organization echoing what Dr. Koenig's team says, too.
Part of the message we're going with is that there's no evidence to suggest this is anything but kind of routine, typical bacteria and nothing out of the ordinary.
As for why this is showing up in clusters and in children,
pneumonia often coincides with several of the other viral infections that we see.
So parents are being asked to call the pediatrician if respiratory symptoms in young people continue to get worse instead of better. Now, quick reminder, there is a pneumonia vaccine recommended for younger children. There's also one for older adults. Just like other vaccines, it can keep you from getting really sick when you get that illness. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus reporting.
Well, the Lyric Baltimore hosted local students for a matinee performance of Pipeline, a play that explores the school-to-prison pipeline. The program was established to make theater more accessible to young people in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. And for thousands of students, this was their first opportunity seeing a live professional theatrical performance.
I think young people seeing theater is incredibly important. There often aren't many opportunities. And what I love about this particular piece is that it's about some of the issues that many young people face in their school. Pipeline deals with the school-to-prison pipeline. It has a young protagonist, a young lead. And, I think it's important for students not only to see the classics and historical plays, but to see plays that directly relate to their lives.
This is the program's second year. It provides students with a meaningful and thought-provoking experience. Well, if you're looking for some holiday cheer, you really don't have to go very far. Frederick, Maryland was voted America's 26th most Christmassy town, according to a new survey by Mixbook. They asked 3,000 Americans which towns exude the most Christmas charm. Well, coming in the top spot, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, followed by Durango, Colorado, Lake Placid in New York, Stowe, Vermont, and Alexandria, Virginia. Frederick wasn't the only Maryland city to make the cut. Bethesda also made that list, coming in at 34th. And of course, we can help you get in the holiday spirit by winning that $100 gift card or $5,000. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen and play our daily holiday trivia question. Every day, Monday through Thursday, you could win a $100 Visa e-gift card, and then you'll be in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. Scan the QR code, try your luck at Holiday Trivia. Heather Hopkins won Monday's trivia question, so congratulations to Heather. All right, certainly feeling like Christmas-like weather. I feel like we're approaching it. We got Hanukkah starting off this week.
Yeah.
We're in the holiday season for real.
Absolutely, yeah, and our temperatures there to match for sure. Yeah, not too bad yesterday. We had a lot of those clouds kind of hanging around, and we'll see more clouds actually develop later this afternoon. But right now, skies have opened up enough for us to watch Venus rise in the east. That's that white dot right there, not a plane that is just hanging out over the inner harbor. But overall, not too bad. Our temperatures are colder this morning than where they were yesterday at this time. In fact, 35 is your temperature right now. That's what we're looking at here. With west wind at about 3 to 5 miles an hour for the most part. and we are not seeing much in the way of wind as we get into the day today. It'll pick up just a little bit, but temperatures in the next couple of hours in the mid to upper 30s on your Rise and Shine cast. The sun comes up at 7:11 and we'll go to bed at 4:44 tonight. We just passed 4:44 in the morning time, so now we're on our way to 4:44 tonight. 38 by 8 o'clock on your Metro Cast day planner. Our temperatures in the mid to upper 40s here through about noontime, and we'll see those numbers climb to the mid to upper 40s for today. Now, overall, we are going to see the temperatures a little bit below average. The average number right there, 51. So we'll be in the mid to upper 40s across central Maryland, Eastern Shore, across the Bay Bridge, right about 49 in Baltimore City for today, 48 in D.C., and low to mid 40s for New York and Philly as well. Even down the ocean, not much warmer there, also in the upper 40s. And notice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday staying in that below average category, so those numbers definitely colder. But we'll see those numbers ramp up a little bit as we head to the weekend. 55 by Friday, and even some upper 50s and close to 60 by the time we get to Sunday. Now, we do have some rain to get through. First, our showers are mainly going to be in western Maryland. This is Tuesday at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's where you'll see some of those showers develop, mainly rain showers, and some of that will change to snow later on tonight for the western mountains. That's where we have the winter weather advisories, actually. Now, tomorrow morning, some of the models want to bring in a couple of light showers here to our area, so don't be surprised if you wake up around the Maryland and PA line and see a few flakes flying around, but not looking for any type of accumulation. And then it'll be windy or blustery back behind that on Wednesday afternoon as that weak little system passes through. Thursday, we'll see a few more clouds as well. There's a system that's going to stay to the north of us, but by the time we get to Friday, that'll begin the warming trend as we head into that first weekend of Hanukkah. So here we go with your 7-day forecast. We'll be in the mid to upper 50s on Saturday. Ravens game Sunday, it is going to be rainy, at least for the morning time. And right now, those models keep that rain with us through parts of the afternoon as well. So we have to watch for that for the weekend. But if you can't make it out to the game, guess what? Get to watch it right here on Fox 45. Taylor?
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stiller traffic network. No incidents to report as you take a look around the Beltway. Volume just starting to pick up just a little bit, but let's check in on your mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday morning to you, Mark.
Happy Tuesday morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 403 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link starting off with a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail this morning. If your ride is on Metro, it's looking good for the commute start. On-time service is what you'll find in both directions of that line. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington. Coming up, why traditional advocates for women's rights are coming under fire for their silence.
And today will be the third hearing addressing juvenile crime in Maryland. Still ahead, what we can expect from this hearing. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, funding for Ukraine will be gone by the end of the year. That is what the White House's chief budget officer warned in a letter to Congress on Monday. She says there is, quote, no magical pot of funding available. To get GOP lawmakers to buy in, another agreement for aid might need to include some border policy changes, namely to the asylum process.
How to manage that, how to manage the flow that the cartels are essentially sending to us, I think is something that's worth working on. I don't like to see it tied to Ukraine aid, however, but if that's what the Republicans are insisting upon, then we've got to make a good faith effort to try to find something that everybody can live with.
Whichever way it happens, the White House is hoping Congress can push it to the president's desk, a $106 billion aid package, before the lack of aid impacts Ukraine's efforts against Russian forces. Israel has launched more than 200 airstrikes as the IDF announces it is expanding its ground operations to all parts of Gaza. This comes as the White House is urging Congress to approve more than $100 billion in support to Israel and Ukraine. Now, as we learn more about the Hamas attack on October 7th, some are questioning why women's rights groups haven't been more vocal about the atrocities against women. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the story.
New reports chronicle the horrific violence inflicted by Hamas on October 7th. Specifically, violence on women, trauma consistent with rape and sexual assault. The Sunday Times publishing a collection of first-hand accounts. One man at the music festival recalled, "I saw this beautiful woman with the face of an angel and 8 or 10 of the fighters beating and raping her. When they finished, they were laughing, and the last one shot her in the head." CNN's Dana Bash pressing progressive Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal on the far left's silence.
We cannot say that one war crime deserves another.
With respect, I was just asking about the women, and you turned it back to Israel. I'm asking you about Hamas. In fact,
I already answered your question, Dana. I said it's horrific, and I think that rape is horrific, sexual assault is horrific. However, I think we have to be balanced about bringing in the outrages against Palestinians.
Critics slamming UN women for taking 57 days to recognize the female victims of October 7th.
Israeli women are the subject of a collective international denial.
Prominent American-Israeli actress Gal Gadot urging all those who have done so much for women's rights globally to please join the demand that Hamas release every single woman hostage immediately. Israel's Minister of Women's Advancement said she reached out to Michelle Obama, asking her to condemn Hamas's sexual violence. That request, reportedly, was met with silence. Critics argue they want to see concrete evidence the alleged rapes actually occurred.
Israeli officials say roughly 17 women and children are still being held hostage by Hamas. The White House backing up this claim as they work to secure their release. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Lawmakers will meet in Annapolis today for a third hearing on juvenile crime. Coming up, I'll have a preview of what we can expect and why the pressure is mounting.
The Baltimore County Council president is trying to strip the Inspector General's powers. Coming up next, how the Inspector General is responding and the next steps.
Our temperatures are colder this morning. We'll talk about what we can expect as we head to the afternoon and into the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it will feel today before snow, possibly.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, that is my thought on that.
Well, the snow is going to be in western Maryland, so we won't have to really worry about that too much here. But we do have colder temperatures, guys, especially this morning with numbers that are in the 30s. In fact, our Towson cam right now, we've got partly cloudy skies. Nice to see a little bit more of the sky and some of those stars out there this morning. But right near the freezing mark in Baltimore City, 31 in Columbia and Laurel, so you're actually below freezing there. Eastern Shore right at 35 in Chestertown, 34 currently in Bel Air. So those numbers are going to hang in the 30s, kind of right near that freezing line over the next couple of hours. So it will be a cold drive to work, but we will stay dry. And high temps today will only get to the mid to upper 40s. So we're actually going to be below average for your highs this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through what we can expect and our next chance for rain as well coming up. Tom?
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Beltway here. And you can see from these cameras, there's no major issues at these areas. There is in Bel Air, Ring Factory Road, a utility problem. It's closed the turning lane there, but that's the only marker that we saw so far this morning. Everyone else is moving along smoothly. Happening today, state lawmakers will be holding a third hearing on the juvenile justice laws.
Fox 45 News continues to hear from residents who say the state's youth crime laws are impacting their sense of safety.
Some of those people who I grew up with who are no longer here, if they knew that this was a condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with what we can expect from today's hearing. Shannon?
Well, we know, Tom, that members of a House committee will meet in Annapolis today, and keep in mind that this hearing comes just a little over a month before the session begins. So pressure is really mounting for lawmakers to finalize plans to tackle the issue of juvenile crime. So far, we've seen a lot of discussion, but really no concrete plans on this. And keep in mind that Democrats control both chambers in the state House. So we are hearing from Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger, who has previously told us that he is interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change. But meanwhile, we're also hearing from Republican Delegate Robin Grammer, who sits on the committee, and he's been pushing for bigger changes, saying it's time to see action. Take a listen.
People have to, frankly, stop playing so close to the chest and start having real discussions about this issue.
Previous law said that they could be on probation until they're 21. The current law depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It basically is up to a year for a misdemeanor and up to 2 years for a felony. I think we might take another look at those.
But how did we get here in the first place? Well, so far this fall, members of a House committee have already met twice, and they're meeting to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves either as suspects or victims of violence. The issue thrust into the center of debate earlier this year after a new law preventing kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges took effect. Another law requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. So prosecutors from around the state have started speaking up and pushing lawmakers to make changes. It's still not entirely clear how or if lawmakers will address this ongoing problem, but we do expect to learn more this afternoon. Again, that hearing is set to start in Annapolis at 1. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Some Democrats in Annapolis standing by the juvenile justice laws, which have been in place since last summer. Now, Senator Will Smith says that's not enough time to evaluate whether the laws will be effective.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the kind of the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
Well, now to our question of the day. Do you think lawmakers are listening to constituents when it comes to juvenile crime? So far, 93% of people who voted say no. You can make your voice heard by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to Baltimore County, some are outraged about changes to bills dealing with the Office of the Inspector General. The bills were leaked to the public.
Now, those amendments would strip many powers from Inspector General Kelly Madigan. She says she was blindsided.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I never received a copy of those amendments. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with a closer look at those amendments. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the public will now see these amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of these amendments broke less than an hour before the county council meeting here in Annapolis. And Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that amendments would be proposed. I would not be given a courtesy copy of them, nor would the administration. The public would not have an opportunity to weigh in, and they would not be recommendations. We paid $100,000 for 7 citizens to give their time and energy and focus to take testimony from subject matter experts. And this was done with a swift of a pen and an email hitting send. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill. Those amendments were not consistent with the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. They are not consistent with best practices. I do not support them.
Now, the amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. The amendments would also cut back on the IG's subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. Fox 45 News also spoke with Baltimore City Inspector General Isabel Cumming about the amendments. She tells us they would compromise the integrity of the office of the Inspector General and keep vital information away from Baltimore County residents.
It's truly just such a step back for Baltimore County. And I truly hope the citizens of Baltimore County realize this and reach out to their electeds to say this should not happen.
Now, if the council passes the bill with the amendments, then Baltimore County voters will still have a say, as this issue will be on the ballot in November. Also coming up at 7:15, we're speaking with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski about these amendments. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
A fiery explosion at a home in Arlington, Virginia, the dramatic video you don't want to miss. Just ahead here from the Live Center.
Temperatures right now starting off in the 30s. We'll break down what we can expect as we head into the week ahead and also when that next chance for rain rolls in.
This morning, Arlington, Virginia fire marshals are investigating a massive home explosion.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center with a dramatic video that's coming into our newsroom. Taylor.
I mean, you guys, this video really says it all. And residents who live nearby so they can feel the tremors as this happened. Let me just take you back here so you can see how it started. Here, you're in the home and boom, just like that, exploding. But take a look here. Go back to this video. Well, this all began with an attempted search warrant after neighbors reported hearing what sounded like gunshots. According to police, the person inside was shooting a flare gun, and when they showed up, here's what happened.
For the report of possible shots heard, when officers arrived on scene, they determined a suspect inside a residence had discharged a flare gun. During the course of that investigation, officers obtained a search warrant for the residence. As officers attempted to execute that search warrant this evening, the suspect inside the residence discharged several rounds. The house subsequently exploded.
Now, crews were able to contain this fire within 2 hours. Several officers did receive minor injuries. As for the cause, that's still under investigation. We're getting a lot more video coming into our newsroom. We'll give you some other angles of what all happened here in Arlington just ahead from the live center.
I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at a new survey that shows Americans' stress about their finances is up.
Although we are in December, baseball fever is about to hit after the break when you can secure tickets to the Orioles' first spring training games, and there's a bunch of them. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition on Local All Morning. .514 on this Tuesday morning. In your consumer news, Americans are feeling better about their financial situation, but still have concerns about how far their dollar will stretch in the future. National correspondent Janae Bowens explains.
I probably would be considered middle class, but I don't feel like I am.
Sherry Suber has her hands full with taking care of her mother, her adult children, and her grandkids.
On the one hand, I am good. I make a decent wage. I have a full-time job and I have a part-time job. But I'm also very nervous because of the price of things have gone up.
Her situation illustrates new data from Wallet Hub that shows a nearly 8% increase in the economic index.
People are more confident in their finances, which means they're more likely to consume more and pay down their debt, both of which are really great for the overall economy.
Wallet Hub's Cassandra Happy says people are more confident in their finances, but are taking things one day at a time. The new data also shows consumer stress levels regarding money are 8% higher than last year. That's the highest level since 2020.
The uptick in inflation over the past few years has really put consumers in a mindset where even when they're seeing these positive indicators, they're not getting their hopes up just yet.
Inflation is cooling. The current rate is at 3.2%. But with high prices, groceries, gas, rent, utilities, and helping out her family, it's not easing Sherry's financial stress.
I'm struggling to make ends meet.
According to Wallet Hub, more consumers are starting to feel comfortable about possibly making bigger purchases like a house or a car. But a lot of people like Sherry are just trying to take it one day at a time. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Maryland is set to cut billions from the Department of Transportation.
State leaders are reportedly preparing to make an 8% cut across all agencies within the department, and it comes months after a report showed that Maryland could face a nearly $2 billion budget deficit by the end of the decade. Now, that report released in July says Maryland will go into the red after the 2024 fiscal year, and it predicts that the deficit will just continue to grow from there.
Many critics point to big spending projects like the Red Line as the driver of that deficit. The cost of the Red Line still not clear, but when Governor Larry Hogan canceled the project in 2015, it carried an estimated price tag of nearly $3 billion. And then there's the blueprint for Maryland's future, also known as the Kerwin Education Plan, legislation pumping billions into public education, but local government officials say it's crushing their budgets.
This year alone, we have a legal mandate to spend an additional $88.4 million on education. That's more, just to kind of give you context, that's more than our entire budget for health and human services.
We're struggling with Kerwin. I mean, I cannot deal with a $40 million increase in my education budget next year.
It was a gut punch. What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is an open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
Well, you can find more on the budget concerns in the state on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Really? We're talking about this?
Yes, I know.
Spring training just around the corner? It's around a few corners. But Orioles tickets go on sale. That really is around the corner. That's December 12th.
Yeah, if you want to check out the O's in Sarasota, you can get your tickets at Orioles.com/spring. There's at least 6 games. The box office at Ed Smith Stadium will be open at a later date. Pitchers and catchers reporting February 13th, first spring training game, February 24th against the Red Sox. And we are still in the middle of football season, just to let you reminder there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always good to look ahead. I mean, we're 2 months from pitchers and catchers.
When I want to talk about Christmas in November and you all don't want to look ahead, we're not jumping that far ahead.
I always look ahead. You guys know me. You guys have my holiday countdown. I'm always like, my job is to forecast. I don't look at the past. The past is done.
These things are true.
Yeah, so anyway.
But it's not time for that.
Okay. When are we allowed to talk about it, Patrice?
In February.
Oh, geez.
Or the next year. Let's get through this year.
Okay. Well, Towson right now looking okay, actually, right down York Road from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, our temperatures are colder this morning, actually right near that freezing mark, officially 33 in Towson. A little westerly wind, about 5 to 7 miles an hour. The wind chill at 29 degrees, so there's not much wind, but it feels like we're below freezing. Make sure you and the kids get bundled up before you step out. On our HD radar, there's not much to show. A few leftover snow showers well to the north of us. We actually have a winter weather advisory for Garrett County, and that starts this afternoon. We'll go into early tomorrow morning. We'll get it out there with the potential for some of that wintry precipitation on Tuesday night into Wednesday. Now, this is all from that next weather maker. You can see that snow in the upper Midwest, Chicago, and then it kind of changes to rain down through Indianapolis, that area of low pressure. So we're tapping into some of that, and we'll get some of that colder air to make some of that snowfall happen in the western part of the state. All right, our bus stop forecast, beep, beep. As those kids get out this morning, make sure they are bundled up from head to toe. Temperatures right near that freezing mark. Upper 40s through noontime, and we're really going to stay in the 40s throughout the afternoon, so kind of a chilly day today. Hank the bird, yeah, he's excited for the day for sure. Our bird is the wordcast. Upper 30s through 9 a.m., and you'll get some 40s here through the later part of the day. Notice the clouds will actually start to increase again through the afternoon. Maybe even a stray shower here as we get later into the afternoon and into the overnight hours as well for us. But overall, our temperatures are kind of hanging out in the 40s. So Westminster and Eldersburg at 44, 43 the Hereford zone, mid 40s for Cockeysville over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, right about 48 in Dundalk this afternoon. Mid to upper 40s for you in Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge, 47 Glen Burnie and Pasadena over through Odenton, and 47 as well in Severna Park. Now, on your temperature trend, you can see starting today and then tomorrow and Thursday, those numbers hang in the 40s. We're back to the 50s by Friday and actually seeing some warmer numbers as we get into the weekend. We do have some rain to track for the weekend, and I'll show you that here in a second. This is our future scan. So picking up some of those rain showers this afternoon in the mountain areas, and then that'll change over to some snow late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Some of the models want to bring a stray flurry or two right along that Mason-Dixon line here by Wednesday morning, but mainly it'll just be that wind that we'll be picking up and will kind of blow things out of here as this quick system moves through quickly. 7-day forecast. Here we go. A few of those showers tomorrow morning. Hanukkah is Friday. It's the first day of Hanukkah, so 55 and then upper 50s and even close to 60 for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. However, we've got rain to deal with. So if you are heading out to the game, just plan that Ravens rain gear.
All right, Dustin, thank you for that. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network and looks around the Beltway on our cameras here, and we have no major incidents to report. Everybody that's up and out, and not that many of you at this hour, but you're moving along just fine. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Brunswick train 890 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail has a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time for travel in that instance. Metro subway operating on time from end to end in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Baltimore City Council rejects a resolution in support of Israel. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at that resolution and why they voted against it.
A close call as a car crashes into a Japanese restaurant. How close the owner says they were to tragedy. 5:23 is the time. 525, a Japanese restaurant in Washington is temporarily closed after a car drives into it, and the crash was caught on camera.
Now, this happened last Wednesday at the Swiss Swish restaurant. You see that right there?
Oh my gosh.
Well, there were people inside, too. The car crashes into at least 2 booths that were occupied. According to the restaurant, isn't that amazing? Yeah, no one was hurt. Backed right into it. No one was seriously injured.
The girl right next to the car only had scratches on her legs. I really think this is a miracle. And I think, as I said, a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, it will be very different outcome.
Police are still investigating the crash.
That is unbelievable. All right, on to a much different and happier, fun story. A baby in Chicago.
Go.
Best video that's circulating right now. The little girl lands her round off back handspring with ease, no issues, but the toddler kicks up a leg and then just falls to the grass. But like a champion, he gets up, carries on.
Funding for Ukraine stalled. The latest proposal in the House just ahead.
A third hearing on juvenile crime is happening today in Annapolis, but what changes are you looking for? We'll take a look at some of the latest polling data. That's coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and when can we get rain? That's a big question.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answer.
Yeah, we're going to see increasing clouds today, guys, and most of the wet weather is going to stay in western Maryland for the afternoon and then changing over to some wintry weather tonight there in the mountains. But as for us here, we do have a few clouds hanging around, definitely a little bit more on the clearer side than we've been the last few mornings, so that's a nice change. And our temperatures statewide are in the 30s in Oakland, actually 39 in Hagerstown, 37 your number in Westminster, and lower 30s for Baltimore up into Bel Air, right about 40 for you near the water in Annapolis. Colder temperatures, though, on the way today, and we will have some of those mountain showers to deal with, but we will have warmer numbers by the time we get to the weekend. And yeah, tracking some rain for the weekend as well. On your morning drive, just staying on the colder side, right near freezing for the next few hours. So Mr. Bo says get that heater flow going, as it will be cold when you get out into that car. Back for your full forecast coming up in a few. All right, speaking of cars, trucks, motorcycles, all the things that are on the roads, Tom, what we got?
Well, let's find out in our Lens Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. And you can see in these cameras, traffic is moving along just fine.
Happening today, state lawmakers will meet for a third time to discuss the impact of juvenile justice laws in the state.
Yeah, this fall, members of a House committee have already met twice to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves as either suspects or victims of violence.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a preview of today's hearing. Shannon.
Yeah, so this hearing, Patrice and Tom, it's set to start at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. And once again, members of a House committee will meet to try to finalize their plans to tackle the issue of juvenile crime. Now, this comes just a little over a month before session begins. It also comes as the latest polling from Gonzalez Research shows us that voters are looking for change when it comes to juvenile justice laws.
What we found statewide, 59% of Marylanders say we need a strict approach. 35% said a more moderate approach.
Now, two laws are at the center of the debate today, and that is the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Act. Now, the Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges. The Interrogation Protection Act requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. Prosecutors from around the state have been speaking out against these laws, pushing for changes.
A revolving door. The same juvenile offenders over and over again.
You can protect the child and also protect society.
We don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
As for what changes we may see from these hearings, that is still hard to say. Democrats control both chambers in the state House, and Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger previously told us that he was interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change, but so far there are no concrete plans for that. But of course, we will be following today's hearing closely. It's set to kick off at 1 in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, police across our area telling Fox 45 News they are seeing the impact of juvenile justice laws, saying that young people don't fear consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
It would be like legislature raising the speed limit to 100 miles per hour on interstate highways and then questioning why we're not writing more speeding tickets on the interstate.
We've heard from frustrated juvenile crime victims across the state. 72-year-old Donna Talent was carjacked at gunpoint in front of her home in Rosedale last week, leaving her with a black eye and a concussion. A 16-year-old and a 15-year-old were charged. The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office tells Fox 45 News that 16-year-old will be charged as an adult. Talent says those responsible need to face consequences.
These kids don't have consequences, and that's what makes me very angry. And I am furious, and I'm going after these. I want to prosecute. I want to see some type of retribution.
Talent says she will read a victim impact statement when the 15-year-old appears in court later this month.
Well, in the latest on the war in Israel, Israel's military is pushing its offensive deeper into southern Gaza.
According to the Associated Press, satellite photos analyzed showed Israel's military has started a ground offensive in the south. This comes after Israel called for more evacuations in the second largest city in Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 15,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began.
Nearly 1.9 million in Gaza have been displaced since the beginning of this war. According to United Nations Relief Agency, that's more than 80% of Gaza's total population. The agency also says that 218 displaced people have died while staying at UN facilities and more than 900 have been injured.
With the large Jewish population that we have here in Baltimore that is feeling very isolated and alone because of the recent events and the rise in anti-Semitism in the United States, it's important that their government can stand with them.
The Baltimore City Council voted no to a resolution in support of Israel.
Olivia Dance joining us live with why City Council voted against that resolution. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, just before the vote, protesters spoke out in support of Palestine, and ultimately the resolution didn't pass. Now, Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer is reacting to the vote and the message that he says it sends. Take a listen.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews. And that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
Council President Nick Mosby approved adding the measure to last night's meeting agenda, but because it calls for an immediate resolution, at least 12 votes are needed for approval. The resolution failed to get the required number of votes, with only 9 members voting yes, 4 council members abstaining, with 2 others not present, making those 4 abstaining votes from council members Christopher Burnett, Ryan Dorsey, Felicia Porter, and Odette Ramos critical. Those council members chose not to be interviewed, but Councilman John Bullock, who supported the resolution, spoke to why others possibly didn't.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people, for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
Now, before the vote, Councilman Schleifer described how his resolution is worded very similar to resolution passed 4 years ago that condemned the New Zealand terrorist attack. After hearing that, Councilman Mark Conway voted to support the measure, but it still wasn't enough. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. A council member from Baltimore County proposes a bill that would strip the powers from the Inspector General. Topping our next half hour, the concerns over transparency.
We will have colder temperatures with clouds hanging around today. Which areas could see snow showers this week? 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
5:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Really pretty shot here. I like when they zoom in and show you the flags up there on the tops of the buildings in downtown Baltimore. And overall, we've got partly cloudy skies to start your day today. As you head out this morning, make sure to grab a jacket. You need the jacket most of the most of the day today, and then have those sunglasses there as well. No need for really the umbrella today. Late tonight, early tomorrow morning, we'll have our best chance at getting any kind of showers. But on your jogging cast, your run, make sure to layer up. Temperatures staying near freezing for the next few hours.
Thank you, Justin. The president of Ukraine will meet with U.S. senators today.
It comes as resources for the country have stalled amid its ongoing war with Russia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest plea for aid. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. Starting off with a live look over Capitol Hill, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address Senate by video today in a classified briefing. The White House is urging Congress to approve a $1.6 billion military funding package to go toward Ukraine, Israel, and other national security priorities. It comes as GOP lawmakers are voicing skepticism about the magnitude of assistance allotted to Ukraine. Others want border policy changes and say that's contingent on approving more assistance. We're going to keep you posted on any details that come out of Washington today from that briefing. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Witness the power of theater in action. Still ahead, why some people say the pipeline could have an impact on many young people's minds.
Step into the magical world of Santa's workshop. Still ahead, how you can be one of Santa's helpers. 5:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .45 in the Lyric Baltimore hosted local students for the matinee performance of Pipeline. That's a play that explores the issues surrounding the school-to-prison pipeline all across the country. The program was established to make the theater more accessible to young people in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. For thousands of students, this is the first opportunity for them to attend a professional theatrical performance.
I think young people seeing theater is incredibly important. There often aren't many opportunities. And what I love about this particular piece is that it's about some of the issues that many young people face in their school. Pipeline deals with the school to prison pipeline. It has a young protagonist, a young lead. And, I think it's important for students not only to see the classics and historical plays, but to see plays that directly relate to their lives.
This is the program's second year and provides students with a meaningful and thought-provoking experience.
Even at Christmas time, it's time to think pink. Thanks to Barbie, of course. According to gifting experts, pink Christmas tree searches have surged 286% this year. And pink Christmas decoration searches, those have jumped 198%. Sites like Wayfair and Amazon have plenty of pink Christmas themes, with some items already sold out. Well, do you want to know what it's like to be one of Santa's helpers? Well, now you can.
Airbnb is giving one family the opportunity to slip into an elf's shoes and then spend 3 nights in the Claus's Cozy Cabin in Finland. The stay is free, but guests will have to lend a hand during the busiest time of year, helping the elves sort through thousands of letters from around the world. At the end of the day, you can unwind with traditional Finnish meals and chestnuts by the open fire. You might even get an elfie with the big man. Now, prospective elves can request to stay starting December 11th.
That sounds like fun. All right, well, this really sounds like fun. Getting in the holiday spirit by winning $100 or even $5,000. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen and play our daily holiday trivia question. Every day, Monday through Thursday, you could win a $100 Visa e-gift card. And then you'll be in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. So scan the QR code and try your luck at holiday trivia. Heather Hopkins won yesterday's trivia.
547 and winning trivia. We've got the fireplace behind us here in front of the tree. It's nice and warm, but what does it feel like when we step outside?
We saw Elmo decorating the tree.
He's hanging out.
Randomly helping out. He just popped in there. Feels like December, guys, for sure. Our temperatures are near or even below freezing outside right now, and we're going to see those colder temperatures hang around for at least the next couple of days. This is our Towson cam right now, looking down York Road. We've got a mix of clouds and stars out there at this time, but you can see on our HD radar, not really tracking much of anything up and down the East Coast as we stay mainly dry. We had those clouds that were hanging around yesterday, especially as we got later into the evening time. We do have a winter weather advisory, starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon. This is for Garrett County, where we could pick up a couple of inches of snow by the time we head into the early morning hours tomorrow. That goes until 7 o'clock on Wednesday. And that's part of that next weather maker, which is bringing snow to the Midwest. So if you're heading to Chicago today, could see some delays there, only because that snow is falling as we speak here. So that always kind of messes stuff up at Midway and O'Hare. Here's a look at our Rise and Shine cast. Temperatures in the lower 30s for the next couple of hours, right to about 35 by 8 a.m. Sun comes up at 7:11 this morning and then goes to bed tonight at 4:44, getting closer to the shortest day of the year in terms of our daylight hours. 35 your temperature by 8 a.m. on your MetroCast day planner. Overall, those clouds will start to build as we head later into the afternoon. So we'll get to the mid 40s by noontime, mid to upper 40s, and basically not even getting to about 50 degrees for our high today. Even with the clouds around yesterday, we still made it to 56. So it's going to feel colder today with highs only in the mid to upper 40s across Central Maryland. Westminster, Bel Air, Elkton, out through Chestertown, the Eastern Shore, Easton at 46, 45 in Stevensville, Annapolis here in at 47 today. We're looking at those numbers in the low to mid 40s for New York and Philly to the north of us, even upper 30s there in Scranton. So some of that colder air is hanging out. And we're going to keep the cold temperatures through Thursday, or at least the below average temperatures. But notice that nice steady rise Friday and Saturday, even into Sunday. Those temperatures are going to go in the above average category for the first weekend of Hanukkah. Here's a look at our future scan. Picking up those showers about 3 o'clock this afternoon, starting as rain showers in in western Maryland. And then as we get to about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we're going to see those showers move from the northwest to the southeast. Now, some of our western areas may see a stray rain shower or two. Not talking about any snow here. And then as the system moves through here late tonight through early tomorrow morning, some of the models want to pick up a couple of flakes flying right around the Mason-Dixon line tomorrow morning. But then kind of the breezy conditions will pick up and clear things out for tomorrow afternoon. And then we'll have another system that will stay to the north of us on Thursday. So all it will do for us here is pick up that cloud cover on Thursday. All right, so here's your 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, those numbers nicer for the weekend. However, we do have to deal with rain, and that's going to come on Sunday. Basically, most of the day will be rainy, even though our temperatures get close to 60. But if you are heading out to the Ravens game or anything you're doing this weekend, just know Sunday is the rainy day. All right, let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn train 511 with a 5-minute delay, and Camden train 843 presently running about 5 to 10 minutes late, allow time for travel. Light rail has a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service, so allow time for travel on light rail this morning. Metro subway looking good, though, no delays in either direction of that service for your start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Carjackings are on the rise, not just in Baltimore, but nationwide. What police in Seattle are doing to hold suspects accountable.
Because they know they're not, they know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
Lawmakers in Annapolis will dive into the ongoing debate on juvenile justice laws for a third time. The concerns Marylanders have about the juvenile violence around the state. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local. Developing now in Washington state, a dangerous escalation in carjackings in South King County.
Police believe a carjacking ring may be responsible for targeting at least 20 drivers in recent months. And we know the prosecutors believe the ring has already had deadly consequences.
Jeremy Harris with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle spoke to a recent carjacking victim who says the thieves have no idea how big of an impact the crimes have.
I was carjacked around like, 5:30.
This was Lonnie Ward's new car.
Tried to get in my car and pulled a gun on me. Got back in the car. At that point in time, we're both getting out. He hits my car and hits my sister's car.
He says he was carjacked, but the thief didn't get far.
He crashed in somebody's car right there.
Police around Seattle have been warning of a disturbing carjacking trend.
It looks like they're trying to carjack somebody.
Now, court records reveal investigators believe a carjacking ring has been targeting drivers for months across Kent, Federal Way, and other cities in South King County.
It's young kids. They're in stolen cars.
Jim Fuda from Crime Stoppers of Puget Sound says there is a nationwide trend of youth who forcibly take cars and then use them to commit more crimes.
The part that's scary to me is that the reaction of the citizen or victim that's involved in this can be life or death to them.
Police linked the crew to the murder of a driver who was shot and killed in October during a botched carjacking in Federal Way.
They are violent and they need to be held accountable.
If you use a gun and carjack somebody, that's going to be a priority case.
Prosecutors say they are taking cases seriously, even when the suspects are minors.
If you get a teenager, 14, 15, 16, 17, involved in an armed carjacking, that's not a diversion case. That's got to go before a judge.
Victims like Lonnie say the carjackers don't realize the impact these crimes have.
I was a little shook. I was shook. I'm not even going to cop to you. I was shook.
It means that I don't have a holiday coming. They need to put some cameras up around here or something.
In Maryland, a Reisterstown man is one of the latest victims of attempted car thefts as Baltimore County Police investigate a possible connection between 3 Kia and Hyundai thefts. Police are confirming 2 attempted car thefts over the weekend on Tarragon Road in Reisterstown and a 3rd incident just around the corner on Franklin Road. Fox 45 News spoke with a man who wishes to remain anonymous about his Kia, which was one of the cars targeted.
There was a lot of glass over here. It's still glass over here.
His back window is gone, now covered in a black trash bag. There are also shards of glass littering the back seat. Now, according to data from the Baltimore County Police Department, there have been at least 4,100 attempted and successful auto thefts so far in 2023, a 190% increase from the year before.
Those carjacking concerns extending into Baltimore City, where a woman says 2 suspects tried to corner her in a parking lot right in Roland Park. This happened early Saturday morning. A woman telling Fox 45 that the suspect was armed and she had to crash into the suspect's car to make an escape.
I just felt like I was a sitting duck, and I stopped in the parking lot for a second, and I saw out of the corner of my eye them coming back down Roland. I don't think they saw me.
The woman described the suspects as tall, thin, young adults driving a white BMW, a similar description matching an armed carjacking at Towson Starbucks. Just a few hours later, within a couple miles, police are looking into if those 2 incidents are connected. Last week, 2 employees at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital were carjacked at gunpoint within 24 hours of each other. Both incidents happening on the employee parking lot in the rear of the building, right near a wooded area. Other hospital employees telling us that they are stunned people would target those who care for sick children.
I think it's really scary, and I think it's terrible for somebody to do that when they know that we're here helping people.
Baltimore City has seen nearly 11,000 car thefts and carjackings this year. BPD's most recent update shows 2/3 of those thefts involve Kias and Hyundais. Police say juveniles are responsible for 38% of the thefts, but only 2/3 end up being turned over to the Department of Juvenile Services. And of that group, only 5% end up serving time at a DJS facility.
If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. Tell us what's happened. Or you can even send the information through email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers will meet in Annapolis today for a 3rd hearing on juvenile crime. Coming up, I'll preview what you can expect, plus why the pressure is mounting.
The Baltimore County Council president is trying to strip the Inspector General's powers. Coming up next, how the Inspector General is responding and the next steps.
Temperatures are colder this morning, and we've got some cooler days ahead as well. We'll talk about if that means any wintry precipitation. It's Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly when we can get a change in the weather here.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. And what kind of change are we talking about, Justin?
So I think your snow blowers are still safe for now. Nice in the garage, gathering dust. All sorts of spiders and things going on over there because we're talking about the dry conditions here. Overall, we are going to see a few mountain snow showers potentially by late this afternoon into the evening time. So if you want some snow, kind of head west, my friends. Towson is not too bad right now. This is our live picture in Towson. Obviously, it's still dark this morning, but we are seeing a little bit more of the sky than we've seen because we have the overnight cloud cover, and our temperatures have been allowed to drop too. We're right at freezing in Cockeysville, excuse me, in Hunt Valley, 33 in Bel Air, 32 Glen Burnie in Pasadena, and 34 currently in Brooklyn Park. So colder temperatures for today. We will see some of those mountain showers, and then by the time we head to the weekend, we'll see those numbers warm right back up. So on your morning drive, keeping those temperatures in the 30s through 8 a.m. back to about the lower 40s in that 9 and 10 o'clock hour. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you through how some of those showers could impact our friends, or if you're heading to the western part of the state today, as well as what we can expect for the upcoming weekend. All right, so how's that commute looking now that we're, about an hour into it, Tom?
Yeah, not bad at all. Taking a look here at 6:01 from your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And really, there's only one tiny little issue to report, and that is in the Chesapeake House, right at the toll plaza traveling northbound. There's a little fender bender there when you're getting off. So that's it. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine without any issue.
Happening today, state lawmakers will hold a third hearing on the juvenile justice laws.
Fox 45 News continues to hear from who say the state's youth crime laws are impacting their sense of safety.
Some of those people who I grew up with, who are no longer here, if they knew that this was a condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with what we can expect from today's hearing. Shannon.
Well, we know today, Patrice, that members of a House committee will be meeting in Annapolis. And keep in mind, this comes just a little over a month out before the start of the session. So pressure is really mounting for lawmakers to finalize plans to address the issue of juvenile crime. So far, we've seen a lot of discussion and conversation, but not so much in the way as for concrete plans. And remember, Democrats, they control both chambers in the state House. Now, we have heard from Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger, who has previously told us that he is interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change. Meanwhile, Republican delegate Robin Grammer sits on the committee, and he's been pushing for bigger changes, saying it is time to take action. Take a listen.
People have to, frankly, stop playing so close to the chest and start having real discussions about this issue.
Previous law said that they could be on probation until they're 21. The current law depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It basically is up to a year for a misdemeanor and up to 2 years for a felony. I think we might take another look at those.
But how did we get here in the first place? Well, so far this fall, members of a House committee have already met twice, and they're meeting to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves either as suspects or as victims of violence. Now, the issue thrust into the center of debate earlier this year after a new law preventing kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges took effect. Another law requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. So prosecutors from around the state have been speaking up and pushing lawmakers to make changes. Now, so far, it's not clear what, if anything, lawmakers will do to address these concerns and issues. But we do expect to learn more very soon, as this hearing is set to get underway at 1 this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:04. Now to our question of the day. Do you think lawmakers are listening to their constituents when it comes to juvenile crime? So far, 94% of those who have voted responded no. You can make your voice heard right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to Baltimore County. Some are outraged about changes to two bills dealing with the Office of Inspector General. The bills were leaked to the public.
Now, the amendments would strip many powers from Inspector General Kelly Madigan, and she says she was blindsided.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at those amendments. Olivia.
Well, Tom, the public will now see these amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of these amendments broke less than an hour before the county council meeting here in Towson. Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that amendments would be proposed. I would not be given a courtesy copy of them, nor would the administration. The public would not have an opportunity to weigh in, and they would not be recommendations. We paid $100,000 for 7 citizens to give their time and energy and focus to take testimony from subject matter experts. And this was done with a swift of a pen and an email hitting send. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill. Those amendments were not consistent with the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. They are not consistent with best practices. I do not support them.
The amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. The amendments would also cut back on the IG's subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. Fox 45 News also spoke with Baltimore City Inspector General Isabel Cumming about the amendments. She tells us they would compromise the integrity of the Office of the Inspector General and keep vital information away from Baltimore County residents.
It's truly just such a step back for Baltimore County. And I truly hope the citizens of Baltimore County realize this and reach out to their electeds to say this should not happen.
Now, if the council passes the bill with the amendments, then Baltimore County voters will still have a say, as this issue will be on the ballot in November. Also coming up at 7:15 this morning, we're speaking with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski about these amendments. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up in our next half hour, the Baltimore City Council votes no on a resolution to support Israel. Why some council members are concerned about how that could impact the Jewish community here in Baltimore.
And we're in the live center tracking the latest on an explosion in Virginia, the massive explosion, and the social media video pouring into our newsroom just ahead.
Temperatures are in the 30s and a few lower 40s as you get out on your Tuesday. We'll talk about colder days ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:11 in this morning, Arlington, Virginia, fire marshals are investigating a massive home explosion.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with just dramatic video that is coming into the newsroom. Taylor.
Yeah, that is right. And we're going to show you that explosion. But this comes from our sister station in Washington, D.C., 7 News. And look at what happened first here. In Arlington County, police say they started to see flares come from a home. This is video that shows the flares that were shooting up into the sky there. But what happened next? Take a look at this video of the big boom as residents could see right out their windows and feel those tremors. Take a look. Just look at that. Fire flying, the roof is flying. This all began with an attempted search warrant after neighbors reported hearing and seeing what sounded like gunshots and flares in the sky. Well, according to police, the person inside was shooting a flare gun. And when they showed up, here's what happened.
For the report of possible shots heard, when officers arrived on scene, they determined a suspect inside of residence had discharged a flare gun. During the course of that investigation, officers obtained a search warrant for the residence. As officers attempted to execute that search warrant this evening, the suspect inside the residence discharged several rounds. The house subsequently exploded.
Now, back out here, fire crews were able to contain the fire within 2 hours. Several officers did receive minor injuries. The cause, that's still under investigation this morning, but it was very visible throughout that area. We'll continue to follow this investigation and bring you the updates here at the Live Center.
Do they have the votes? I'm Christine Frizan with why Republicans say they may now be able to make the impeachment inquiry into President Biden official.
The 2024 Senate race heating up as Congressman David Trone and Angela Alsobrooks emerge as the front runners. Why the results of a recent poll are surprising to one political expert. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
.615 now in your election 2024 coverage. New polling shows Congressman David Trone is pulling ahead of Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks in the race for Maryland's only open Senate seat.
Now, a recent poll commissioned by Hickman Analytics surveyed 1,000 Democratic voters in Maryland. 86% said they have heard the name David Trone, while 73% recognized Angela Alsobrooks.
The poll also found 55% of voters have a favorable opinion of Trone compared to 49% for Alsobrooks. And if the election were held today, 41% said they would vote for Trone. 35% said they'd vote for Alsobrooks. Political analyst John Deedy says primary elections are all about name recognition.
I'm surprised by the results because Alsobrooks has a lot of party people behind her. She has the strong party endorsements from a lot of people. But Trone has done the one thing. He has spent money to a point where he has name identification. Alsobrooks needs to do something, and her campaign needs to do something to better get her name out there than have a bunch of endorsements.
The candidate's vying for Ben Cardin's open seat after he announced his plan to retire earlier this year. Primary scheduled for May 14th.
In the meantime, on the national level, lawmakers are back in Washington, and top Republicans are laser focused on their investigation into President Joe Biden and his son Hunter.
Sinclair national correspondent Christine Frizzell joins us with more on the push to impeach the president.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a seat if you'd like.
President Joe Biden in full holiday swing, as his detractors on Capitol Hill insist there's no time for cheer, pushing forward with their intent to hold him accountable for his role in his son's business dealings.
Throughout our extensive investigation and from the lips of credible witnesses, it is abundantly clear that the Biden family business is Joe Biden.
Previously unable to make the impeachment inquiry official, top Republicans say some of the previous holdouts may have now changed their votes since returning home for Thanksgiving.
So they heard from their constituents, yes, we want you to move forward. We want to know the truth, and we expect the Bidens to be held accountable for public corruption.
Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer insists that corruption stems from business deals Hunter Biden had with companies based in China and Russia, which included millions of dollars in payments disguised as loans.
Hunter Biden now says he will testify about his business deals following a subpoena to appear December 13th, but that he will only do so publicly, accusing Republicans of distorting the facts. The back and forth now reaching a boiling point.
In a letter, Republicans expressed appreciation that Hunter Biden is willing to testify on December 13th, but demanded his testimony occur in a deposition setting where there are no time limits.
This is a credible, substantive investigation. We're going to have the deposition, and that's the difference in asking 35 questions versus asking 600 or 700 questions.
White House spokesman Ian Sams calling it an attempt to smear President Biden with lies, which reflects how the House GOP is focused on the wrong priorities, as other Democrats on the committee agree.
This is a tinfoil hat committee of just a bunch of conspiracy theorists with zero evidence.
Still, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson says a vote to formalize the impeachment inquiry could come as soon as this week. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Well, 6:19 now. Let's get a check of your forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to talk about the change in the weather that's happening later tonight.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And we're already talking about colder numbers this morning than what we saw yesterday morning. We did make it to the mid-50s yesterday afternoon, even though it didn't really feel like it with those clouds hanging around. A lack of cloud cover allowing our temperatures to drop this morning. This is kind of a cool shot zoomed in to the top of one of the buildings here downtown Baltimore. And we're officially at 35. We actually are up a couple degrees from where we were just last hour, but really not much wind officially, even though you can see the flag right there flapping around in the breeze. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure to get them all ready to go and make sure that they are bundled up as well, as those temperatures will be in the 30s this morning. We'll get to the mid to upper 40s through noontime, and in the upper 40s essentially when you pick them up this afternoon. So it is going to be a chilly day and keeping those temperatures on that cooler side. So playing some golf this time of year, yeah, not much wind to get out there this morning. But you just got to make sure to bundle up, possibly some frost delays early before those numbers get to the upper 40s. And we're going to get more cloud cover later this afternoon as this weak system passes close to the area. Our temperatures for you in Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 40s here, 47 in Towson, 49 Baltimore City down through Fed Hill, 48 in Dundalk this afternoon. Numbers for you in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 40s here for Bel Air and Aberdeen up into Perryman, 46 in Elkton over toward Chesapeake City today. And nationwide, our temperatures cold in the Midwest with 30s there in Chicago and Detroit. Well, about 40 in Chicago, but they're getting some snow right now. And then mid 50s in Nashville down through the Mid-South. south, traveling to Charlotte or Atlanta, almost 60 today. Warmest spot, at least closer to us, will be in the mid-60s there for Dallas. Now, our temperature trend, next couple of days are going to stay below average, but watch what happens Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Those numbers slide up, and we actually may see some lower 60s by this weekend. Here comes that little system coming through. So we'll pick up some showers later this afternoon in western Maryland. Some of those showers will try to make a run at us by about 9 o'clock tonight in the form of some rain showers. And then overnight, that system passes through. But there could be a little leftover moisture tomorrow morning to see a few flakes flying as well. And then the blustery conditions for Wednesday afternoon is that wind will pick up behind that system as it exits off toward the east. Shout out to Cheryl Heck in Perry Hall. That is Dr. Pepper, the cat, under the tree. And good looking shot there for your holiday pet pics. Cheryl, I appreciate it, and I love getting all of your pet pics too. Just keep emailing them to me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Mid to upper 40s for the next 3 days, but right to the upper 50s on Friday for that first day of Hanukkah. And then this weekend, we're milder, even though we have to deal with rain. And yes, it comes on Sunday, right during the Ravens home game back at the bank. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the region here. You see the alert. It's on your screen there. It's debris in the road at US 1, and that is just south of, well, just about right at 43. So when you're heading to Perry Hall, turning and going northbound on 1, they've got 2 lanes blocked because of some debris in the road. Other than that, everyone's open, wide open roads, no issues to report. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, and he's in the area of 695 heading towards Rosedale here. As you can see, no issues at all on 695 and 95. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden Train 845. Allowed time for traveling in those instances there. Light rail with a 20-minute delay. Out there on Metro Subway, expect about a 10-minute delay in your travels in both directions, so allow time for travel there on Metro. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Christmas is 20 days away, and Fox 45 Morning News is giving away amazing gifts to our viewers throughout the month of December. The gifts that are still up for grabs, plus your chance to call in and win them.
And the gas isn't always greener on the other side. Coming up after the break, why so many electric vehicle owners are finding themselves unhappy with their cars. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
626 and topping your consumer news. According to the latest annual auto reliability survey from Consumer Reports, electric vehicles have 79% more problems than other cars. The director of the group's auto testing center says the issue is not because the vehicles are electric, rather that electric vehicles are mostly new models, and recently introduced models generally tend to have more issues regardless of what they run on. The survey found the least reliable models on average were plug-in hybrids, and the most reliable were hybrids that do not plug in.
One lucky person in Hyattsville waking up with $500,000 in their pocket, all thanks to a scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery.
Nice. 32 Maryland Lottery tickets worth $10,000 or more were sold or redeemed in the week ending December 3rd. The lottery paid nearly $29 million in prizes during that period.
Now remember, if you win a prize larger than $25,000, you need to split it with us. No, we're kidding. You have to redeem your ticket at the Maryland Lottery Claim Center in Baltimore, which is open by appointment only. If you'd like some more information about how to claim your unbelievable prize there, check out mdlottery.com.
Yeah, that's not a problem we're having in here.
No.
Highs are going to reach the 40s this afternoon, but we are warming up this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking that down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A third hearing on juvenile crime is happening today in Annapolis, but what changes are you looking for? We'll take a look at some of the latest polling data. That's coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Tuesday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. And is it a good week to finish putting out the holiday decorations? Christmas lights, any kind of ornaments, menorahs in the window? We need to find out.
it's a cold week to do that. Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I was thinking about it this morning because I was like, all right, 20 days till Christmas. I'm like, is it worth it at this point?
It is.
You know what I mean? Because I'm like, okay, it's only going to be up for like 3.5 weeks, and then I take it down again, and now I'm like, okay.
Do it.
And with the temperatures, though, here's the thing, Patrice, the temps are going to be colder this week for the next few days. So that's why I'm like, I'd rather stay inside. Taking a look outside right now. This is our Towson camera. Looks like a few more cars in that Towson traffic circle. Maybe they're heading over to Nacho Mama's for some breakfast nachos. That sounds good. Our temperatures in the 30s and 40s statewide right now from Ocean City all the way across over to Oakland. We're seeing those numbers here on the chilly side. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Next few hours, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, we'll be in the mid to upper 30s and close to 40 by about 9 a.m. And we're going to top out today in the upper 40s. And notice the next 3 days will stay mainly in the mid to 40s, so definitely more December-like feelings around here. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about that weak system that's going to be passing through at least to the west of us and see if it has any impact on us whatsoever for tomorrow morning. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Sterler traffic network now, and as we take a look around the Beltway, we have no major incidents to report. There is some debris we're hearing in the road at Route 1 and Dunfield Road, so that is closing a lane and a shoulder there. Our cameras don't capture that. We don't have cameras in that area, but from the cameras we do have that we can see here, everybody moving up to speed.
Happening today. Well, state lawmakers will be meeting for a third time to discuss the impact of juvenile justice laws in the state.
This fall, members of a House committee already met twice to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves either as suspects or victims of violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a preview of today's hearing. Shannon?
Yeah, so this hearing, Tom and Patrice, is set to kick off at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Members of a House committee will once again come together to try to finalize plans to address the issue of juvenile crime. Now, keep in mind, this comes a little more than a month before the start of session in January. It's also coming as the latest polling from Gonzalez Research shows us that voters are looking for change in terms of juvenile justice laws.
What we found statewide, 59% of Marylanders say we need a strict approach. 35% said a more moderate approach.
Two laws are at the center of the debate today, and that is the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Act. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges. The Interrogation Protection Act requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. Prosecutors from around the state have been speaking out against these laws and pushing for changes.
A revolving door. The same juvenile offenders over and over again.
You can protect the child and also protect society.
We don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
Now, as for what changes we may see from these hearings, well, that is still hard to say. Democrats control both chambers in the state house, and Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger previously told us that he was interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change, but so far there are no concrete plans for that. But of course, we will be following this hearing this afternoon closely. It kicks off at 1 in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Let's get to our question of the day. Do you think lawmakers are listening to constituents when it comes to juvenile crime? So far, 94% of those who have voted responded no. You can make your voice heard right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
In the latest on the war in Israel, Israel's military is pushing its offensive deeper into southern Gaza.
Yeah, according to the Associated Press, satellite photos analyzed show Israel's military has started a ground offensive in the south. This comes after Israel called for more evacuations in the second largest city in Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 15,000 Palestinians have been killed since this war began, and the AP just putting out another one saying that bombing started in that second largest city as of right now, and that there are people in ambulance and private cars heading to local hospitals who are wounded.
Well, nearly 1.9 million people in Gaza have been displaced since the beginning of the war, according to a United Nations relief agency that is more than 80% of Gaza's total population. The agency also says 218 displaced people have died while staying at UN facilities, and more than 900 have been injured.
With the large Jewish population that we have here in Baltimore that is feeling very isolated and alone because of the recent events and the rise in anti-Semitism in the United States, it's important that their government can stand with them.
Well, the Baltimore City Council voted no to a resolution to support Israel.
Olivia Dance joins us live with why the City Council voted against the resolution. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, just before the vote, protesters spoke out in support of Palestine, and ultimately the resolution didn't pass. Now, Councilman Isaac Yitzi-Schleifer, who you just heard from, is now reacting to that vote and the message that he says it sends.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews. And that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
Council President Nick Mosby approved adding the measure to last night's meeting agenda. But because it calls for an immediate resolution, at least 12 votes are needed for approval. The resolution failed to get the required number of votes, with only 9 members voting yes, 4 council members abstaining, with 2 others not present. Making those 4 abstaining votes from council members Christopher Burnett, Ryan Dorsey, Felicia Porter, and Odette Ramos critical. Those council members chose not to be interviewed, but Councilman John Bullock, who supported the resolution, spoke to why others possibly didn't.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
Now, before the vote, Councilman Schleifer described how his resolution is worded very similar to the resolution passed 4 years ago that condemned the New Zealand terrorist attack. After hearing that, Councilman Mark Conway voted to support the resolution, but it still wasn't enough. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Last-minute amendments to strip the Baltimore County Inspector General, his council members up in arms. Still ahead this morning, we're speaking live with Baltimore County Executive about what is next when it comes to the legislation.
And the president of Ukraine set to meet with members of Congress today. The potential holdups related to this latest push for aid in the war in Ukraine.
A cold day ahead with highs in the 40s, but could we see some snow flurries tomorrow? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the potential in his full weather authority forecast. 6:38 is the time.
President of Ukraine will be meeting with U.S. senators today.
It comes as resources for the country have stalled amid its ongoing war with Russia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the latest plea for aid. Taylor.
That's right. A live look over Capitol Hill right now, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address U.S. senators today by video. It's going to be a classified briefing. The White House is urging Congress to approve a $106 billion military funding package to go directly towards aiding Ukraine, Israel, and other security priorities. This comes as GOP lawmakers voice skepticism about the magnitude of assistance allotted to Ukraine. Others saying they want to see border policy changes, and that is contingent on more assistance. We're, of course, going to keep you posted on anything that comes out of Washington today from that briefing. That's the latest here at the Live Center.
Taylor, students become targets to robbers in Howard County. Still ahead, Project Baltimore investigates how this could be part of a bigger problem impacting students who lost their school buses.
The final push to the legislative session is on, and lawmakers will once again bring up the juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead this morning, what they hope to accomplish before the session begins. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Now to your morning rush. Baltimore City Police are investigating a fatal hit and run that happened on West Mulberry Street. It happened around 3:30 yesterday afternoon. When police arrived on the scene, they found an unresponsive 24-year-old man lying in a grassy area near Route 40. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Well, according to Montgomery County officials, a man will now spend 65 years in prison after he was found guilty of fatally stabbing a man and injuring another in Rockville. This happened in September 2022. Circuit Court judge issuing the sentencing to Scorpio Alexander Stanfield. He's seen here, who was convicted by two separate juries in May. Officials say Stanfield killed 25-year-old Jonathan Moore of Silver Spring while injuring another male victim in his 40s, who later survived. Well, happening today, Senate lawmakers will meet in Annapolis to hold a third hearing on Maryland's juvenile justice laws.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with a preview of today's hearing. Shannon.
Yeah, this hearing, Patrice and Tom, kicks off at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Members of the House committee will once again come together to try to finalize plans to tackle the issue of juvenile crime. Now, keep in mind, this is coming just a little over a month before the start of the session in January. So pressure is really mounting for lawmakers to come up with solutions. So far, we've seen a lot of discussions, but not so many concrete plans for how they'll move forward. But coming up in 15 minutes, we are going to hear from the Democratic Committee chairman about some areas that he believes they could start seeing some changes or pushing for some changes, and why some Republicans think more needs to be done and more changes need to be seen. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. This morning in Baltimore County, some are outraged about changes to two bills dealing with the Office of Inspector General after the bills were leaked to the public.
The amendments would strip Inspector General Kelly Madigan of many of her powers. Olivia Dance is joining us now live. And Olivia, what can you tell us about the amendments?
Well, Patrice, the public will now see these amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of the amendments broke less than an hour before the county council meeting began right here in Towson. Now, Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged. To give you some background, though, the amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. The amendments would also cut back on the IG's subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents that they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear how Inspector General Kelly Madigan is reacting to these amendments. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Olivia. 6:48 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast, if you have a moment to take a look at your screen. Boy, look at this. I just tweeted this out. Stunning. Love when we get those kind of pinks and oranges out there. A little bit of that cloud cover, making for that sunrise. Just really nice here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Our temperatures are colder this morning. A lot of us are waking up in the 30s, and even some are below freezing right now. We always have those numbers popped up on the right side of your screen, and even some forecast info on the bottom as well. That's up even during commercial breaks, guys. So the only place you get that is right here at Fox 45. 35, your official number at BWI. Mid to upper 30s and even close to 40 by about 9 a.m. on your Rise and Shine cast. So enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us here as we're on live and local until 10 a.m. Right about 10, we'll see those numbers into the lower 40s for you there at Owings Mills and around the region. And highs this afternoon in the mid to upper 40s. Definitely cooler than yesterday. We should see a little bit more sunshine for the first half of the day before those clouds roll in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, and temps will hang out mainly in the 40s. Now, 51, that's the average high. So this time of year, we're typically at that number, actually going to be below average for most of us. Eastern Shore, across the Bay Bridge, up and down the Chesapeake with numbers in the mid to upper 40s for your Tuesday. Maybe a night tonight to get that fire pit going and get those s'mores as well, with 40s hanging out in that 6, 7 o'clock hour, and then back to the upper 30s through about 8 p.m. Notice our numbers stay below average through Thursday, but then Friday and Saturday actually climbing. And this weekend, we'll see those numbers in the above average category. Could see a pretty nice afternoon on Saturday with highs in the lower 60s. Here's our future scan. So some showers coming through western Maryland this afternoon. They'll start as rain showers, and then as that colder air mixes in, changing over to snow. Could see some good accumulations, a couple of inches there in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties where we have winter weather advisories for Garrett County. Now, some of those showers left over early tomorrow morning in that kind of flow as it moves from the north to the south. That's when we could see a few flakes flying around here, but really not talking about much in the way of actual accumulation here as well. Shout out to Terry and Rodney D. Halligan and Barlow. Look at those cute puppies right there, and they are all ready for the holidays. So thank you, Terry, for sending that picture in. Love those pet pics. Halligan and Barlow looking good for Christmas, and you can get all your holiday pet pics to me too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Mid to upper 40s here for the next couple of days. Hanukkah on Friday, 57, and then lower 60s for the weekend. Now, notice we got that Ravens helmet on Sunday afternoon as the boys are back at the bank, but it's going to be wet. So just plan ahead and know if you're going to be tailgating or at the game, you will need your rain gear.
Oh, there's the music. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in our studio. That's because we are getting into the holiday spirit with our Countdown to Christmas gift giveaway.
Now, tune in to Fox 45 every weekday morning leading up to December 22nd because you'll have a chance to win any of the amazing gifts from underneath our tree.
And some of the gifts that are still up for grabs: a pickleball set, a AAA membership, wireless Bluetooth speakers, and so much more.
In fact, your next chance to win one of those gifts is coming up in our 7 o'clock hour. Make sure to keep watching right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Prince George's County is facing a major budget problem, and if something doesn't change soon, the county could be millions in the red. We hear from residents sounding the alarm, plus how the county plans to address their concerns.
Power up your time machine because we're checking out how Marylanders celebrated the holidays back in the 18th century. Coming up in 30 minutes, Mark Clark will join us live from the Hampton Mansion with all of the festivities happening this weekend.
Well, and before you head out to go check out some decorations, or maybe you still need to put them up like some people around here, you may want to warm up first.
It's time for a coffee break.
.655 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. Prince George's County is in a crisis as a budget deficit looms in the new year.
Brad Bell with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has more on why the county is in a dire financial situation and what's being done to alleviate it.
Will help our community build.
When Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks announced her fiscal year 24 budget last March, she offered a reality check that tough choices were coming as federal pandemic funds dried up, tax revenue declined, and mandatory education spending increased.
This year alone, we have a legal mandate to spend an additional $88.4 million on education. That's more, just to kind of give you context, That's more than our entire budget for Health and Human Services.
As it turned out, the situation was even more dire than revealed that day. When the budget finally passed the county council in May, a $60 million deficit had to be closed with rainy day funds. Now, 7 News has learned that the latest forecasts for the county show a projected deficit gap which grows from $183 million in fiscal year 2025 to as much as $387 million by 2030, unless revenue grows or spending is cut. The County Spending Affordability Committee is calling for a 2.2% cut in spending, but tough decisions will have to be made. Activist Larry Stafford of Progressive Maryland says he wants answers.
The first thing the county executive should do is be transparent about the financial situation that our county is facing. It is a shame that, this information has to in some way be leaked out instead of broadly shared with the public. I think she needs to update the public first and foremost on what is happening with our county's budget and what is at risk as far as our bond rating.
The spokesperson for Also Brooks, who is running for U.S. Senate, says the county's problems mirror those of the state and are caused in large part by state-mandated education spending increases included in the so-called Blueprint for Education. That plan, which boosts public school funding by 50% over a decade, was passed by the state legislature without a plan to pay for it. For now, the county executive opposes tax hikes and service cuts. She is banking on revenue growth in the years ahead from developments like the Blue Line Corridor and the new FBI headquarters possibly coming to Greenbelt, a strategy she touted back in March.
If we grow our local economy over time, we will increase revenues.
In Prince George's County, Brad Bell, 7 News.
Other counties are facing similar struggles as they are trying to cope with the state legislature's new education plan.
The blueprint for Maryland's future, also known as the Kirwan Commission, was passed in 2021 by the General Assembly. The program plans to add almost $4 billion in education funding each year for 10 years.
Many local government officials struggling with this heavy toll and are not sure how they're going to cover it.
We're struggling with Kirwan. I cannot deal with a $40 million increase in my education budget next year.
It was a gut punch. What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
Baltimore City faces a $69 million increase in education spending, $40 million extra in Harford County, $47 in Howard.
We spoke with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, who is very concerned with how the state plans to pay for this.
Listen, there's some good ideas and some bad ideas. The bad idea is tax increases or new taxes, because you can't count on the revenue when you increase taxes. You just can't. What they're going to have to do is cut spending. And, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I've talked about, scaling back the Kirwan Commission, but pause it. Let's pause the implementation of it. And I'm not saying don't spend money on education. There's already going to be a lot of money spent on education in Maryland. But just pause the Kirwan Commission and reevaluate this, and let's see if the counties, the city, and the state can get their finances back in order and really have an education program that works for the state and works for the city and the counties.
Maryland lawmakers plan to address the Kirwan Commission and its costs in the new year.
The Baltimore County Council president is trying to strip the Inspector General's powers. Coming up next, how the Inspector General is responding and the next steps.
Lawmakers will meet in Annapolis today for a third hearing on juvenile crime. Coming up, I'll preview what we can expect today and why the pressure is mounting.
Yes, just incredible video caught on camera the moment a house explodes in Arlington. Still ahead this morning, we're taking you live to the scene as this investigation is underway.
Our temperatures are colder this morning, and we've got a few colder days ahead as well. We'll talk about what that means in terms of wintry precipitation coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and there is snow in Maryland expected in hours, but how much is the big question? and where we get it here.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. We'll turn that over to you.
Well, tracking over to the western parts of the state, guys, and that's what we're seeing in Garrett County with that winter weather advisory starting this afternoon, going through early tomorrow morning. Not a bunch of snow, but overall, we've got the sun that is just about to come up. Just a really pretty shot again from the top of the Transamerica building. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking good on your Tuesday morning. We should see a mix of clouds and sun, and then more clouds will roll in later this afternoon. 34 Essex and Middle River, your temp right now. Out through Dundalk, Edgemere, and Sparrows Point in the upper 30s now. 31 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, so some of us are below freezing. Want to get that heater going and the defroster as well in your cars on your morning drive, with temps staying in the 30s for the next couple of hours. And we should top out in the upper 40s today, close to average, but just slightly below. We were in the mid 50s yesterday, so we'll definitely feel colder, especially as we head into the afternoon today. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes, and we'll track that next weather maker rolling in.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here Tuesday morning, and we do have one issue. You're looking at some of the cameras around the area in Baltimore, but we do have one major issue. 895 South, 3 vehicles involved, and it is right before you get to the Harbor Tunnel and that curve. The cameras are not showing the actual vehicles. They're turned around the other way, but they're showing the backups now underway here. It looks like hopefully they got those 3 vehicles over to this median or over to the shoulder.
Turning now to Baltimore County, some are outraged about changes to bills dealing with the Office of the Inspector General.
Now, those leaked amendments would strip several powers from Inspector General Kelly Madigan, including a significant curtail to her ability to subpoena documents.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the amendments. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the public will now see these amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of the amendments broke less than an hour before the council meeting began here in Towson. And now Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that amendments would be proposed. I would not be given a courtesy copy of them, nor would the administration. The public would not have an opportunity to weigh in, and they would not be recommendations. We paid $100,000 for 7 citizens to give their time and energy and focus to take testimony from subject matter experts. And this was done with a swift of a pen and an email hitting send. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill. Those amendments were not consistent with the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. They are not consistent with best practices. I do not support them.
The amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. The amendments would also cut back on the IG subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. Fox 45 News also spoke with Baltimore City Inspector General Isabel Cumming about the amendments. She tells us they would compromise the integrity of the Office of the Inspector General and keep vital information away from Baltimore County residents.
It's truly just such a step back for Baltimore County. And I truly hope the citizens of Baltimore County realize this and reach out to their electeds to say this should not happen.
Now, if the county council passes the bill with the amendments, then Baltimore County voters will still have a say, as this issue will be on the ballot in November. Also coming up in just about 15 minutes at 7:15, we're speaking with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski about these amendments. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Expanding on what she just said, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski has been at odds with inspector generals before. Now, in 2021, he withdrew a different bill that would have made cuts to the Inspector General's office after backlash from the public and the National Association of Inspector General. He released a statement on Jones's proposed amendments, stating his office is committed to the long-term success of the Office of Inspector General. The statement goes on to read, "We continue to support our proposed legislation as introduced." The county executive will be here. In fact, he's already mic'd up. He's in our studio now. He'll be joining us in just about 10 minutes to discuss more on the Inspector General legislation.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story, and you can follow along both on air and online. And if you would like to contact your council person about the legislation, you can find their contact information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
7:06 and happening today, state lawmakers will be holding a third hearing on the juvenile justice laws.
Fox 45 News continues to hear from residents who say the state's youth crime laws are impacting their sense of safety.
Some of those people who I grew up with who are no longer here, if they knew that this was the condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with what we can expect from today's hearing. Shannon?
Well, members of a House committee, Tom, will meet in Annapolis today. And keep in mind, this comes a little over a month before the start of the session in January. So pressure is really mounting for lawmakers to finalize plans to tackle the issue of juvenile crime. So far, we've seen a lot of discussion, but not so much in the way of concrete plans. Also, keep in mind that Democrats right now control both chambers in the state House. Now, we are hearing from Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger, who's previously told us that he is interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change. Meanwhile, Republican delegate Robin Grammer sits on the committee, and he's been pushing for bigger changes, saying it is time to see action. Let's take a listen to both of those lawmakers.
People have to, frankly, stop playing so close to the chest and start having real discussions about this issue.
Previous law said that they could be on probation until they're 21. The current law depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It basically is up to a year for a misdemeanor and up to 2 years for a felony. I think we might take another look at those.
Now, so far this fall, remember, members of a House committee have already met twice, and they're meeting to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves either as suspects or victims of violence. The issue was thrust into the center of debate earlier this year after a new law preventing kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges took effect. Another law requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. So prosecutors from around the state have been speaking up and pushing lawmakers to make changes. It's still not entirely clear what, if any, changes or how these lawmakers plan to make these changes, if they do plan to make them. But we do expect to learn more in this hearing. Again, it kicks off at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah, just incredible. Right now, Arlington, Virginia, the fire marshals are investigating that massive home explosion.
I can't even imagine being in that neighborhood. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is live with this story. And John, we're hearing there are reports that the explosion was caused by a flare gun. Is that what happened?
Well, it all started with a flare gun. Good morning to you both. This was an incident that started with a flare gun at around 4:30 yesterday afternoon, and then it escalated, a chaotic situation in this Arlington neighborhood. And you can see at this hour, police are still here. Investigators are still sifting through the rubble, trying to determine exactly what provoked all of this, because after the flare guns went off, after the flare gun went off, we're told it was discharged 30 to 40 times. Arlington County Police here in Virginia obtained a search warrant for the home. And then when they returned some 4 hours later, that house exploded with that man inside, they believe, and videos and pictures started showing up on social media. And the one video on X posted by someone on the balcony across the street has gone viral, showing the dramatic moment when that house here in Arlington exploded. Now, during the course of this investigation, officers were able to obtain that search warrant to try to determine why this man was firing that flare gun. In the meantime, residents here were told to shelter in place for a while as police continue continued to investigate. Now the house, after it exploded, they're trying to determine if anyone else was inside the home at the time, but it is early in the investigation.
The suspect in custody, or what's the latest of the suspect's injuries? Or
the suspect was inside the residence at the time of the explosion. The residence is still on fire, and that process is still ongoing to put the fire out.
So the suspect has not been recalled or taken or in custody?
Correct. We have not been able, because the fire is still ongoing, we have not got onto the property yet in which the house exploded.
And police tell us that when they returned to the home, that man fired at them just moments before this house exploded. The ATF and the FBI are now assisting Arlington County Police. Miraculously, we are told no other serious injuries reported here. A couple of officers suffered very minor injuries, were not transported. As the investigation continues, the man's identity has not been released. Reporting live in Arlington, Virginia, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, John. Here's a look at some of the other stories making your headlines this hour. Ukrainian president is calling for aid as the war against Russia drags on, the depleting resources of Ukraine and the proposed plan by U.S. lawmakers. That's coming up after the break.
And we are analyzing the Baltimore County amendments that are poised to strip several powers away from their inspector general. The county executive's thoughts and what is being done. We're going to sit down and talk with him live coming up next. 7:12 is the time.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I never received a copy of those amendments. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill.
There is controversy once again surrounding the office of the Inspector General for Baltimore County. In a hearing this week, surprise amendments were proposed by the county council president that would strip away some of the power of that office. IG Kelly Madigan says she was blindsided. She fiercely opposes the changes. As part of our Your Voice series, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so there was controversy a couple of years ago about how that office should look, how it should work. That was settled, and that was a done deal. But here we are again in this controversy. What do you think about these amendments being proposed at the very last minute the way they were?
Well, you know, I completely understand the Inspector General's shock and surprise and outrage in this situation. Neither she nor this administration were made aware of these amendments. They were last second. And so, you know, this is legislation that fulfills the recommendations of a Blue Ribbon Commission that I established to help sustain this office well beyond my administration. We created the Office of the Inspector General. I've expanded it every year I've been in office. And the legislation that we put forward with the support of the Inspector General really is what we think should pass. And so I don't know necessarily the reasoning behind the amendments. Certainly that's a question for the council, but you know, we stand by our belief that the legislation that we put forward originally, that we thought was going to be adopted last night, is the right path forward for this office and for Baltimore County.
So what have you said to the council president, or what will you say? Because this does seem very last minute, very surprised. Some would say very sly, very cunning. There's not a lot of transparency in how this was put forth.
Yeah, I mean, look, our administration has really, its foundation has been transparency, connectivity, accountability, everything from our town halls to an open budget process. You know, this is about best practice in our legislation. And, you know, I have not spoken to the chair or members of the council since last night. But, you know, given the opportunity, we'll reinforce that we think we have the right bill currently before them. I think several members actually did convey that they were ready to vote on the bill as introduced. It's a bill that strengthens the subpoena power for the Inspector General, that ensures the financial independence, and would put it in the county charter so that future administrations couldn't remove it. So I think as drafted, as recommended by that Blue Ribbon Commission that we created, that is the right path forward. And we think that, you know, given the opportunity, we'll share that with council members, that we think the legislation before them is sufficient.
Is it concerning to you, though, that they came at it in this way? And a lot of what is being targeted in the amendments seems to be less about protecting Baltimore County residents and a lot about protecting lawmakers or council members should they become part of an investigation, which seems maybe a backward approach. Some people would say.
We believe in accountability for all members of our government. We believe that everyone should be held accountable, that we should be ethical in our approach, and that we should be open and transparent in how we do things. I don't think, you know, setting aside the particular issue, trying to run through an amendment at the last second without any public input, any discussion, I think is antithetical to those precepts of accountability and transparency. So, you know, I'm sure the council will have conversations about how they run their process. But, you know, again, I think not having the public aware, the Inspector General, the county executive not knowing, I think all has fed into the concerns that have been raised, rightfully so. But really, our focus is about passing this legislation. It's now been postponed to a work session, and that'll all be later this month. So we would encourage the public to come out and be part of sharing their voice and their support for the legislation as introduced without the amendments. And if folks want to weigh in on the process as well, we'd encourage them to do so at that time.
All right. County Executive, always good to see you.
Always
Thank
my
you.
pleasure. Thanks.
Well, it's time to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning. Talking about temperatures that are colder this morning, but I'm going to step out of the way, let you take in this gorgeous sunrise. I love showing you these sunrise shots every weekday morning here on Fox 45 Morning News. And yeah, that Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam just stunning this morning. Now, I'd love to say that we're going to heat up, but we're actually going to be colder for this afternoon than what we saw yesterday. Nothing to show you here on our HD radar, at least up and down most of the East Coast. But you see that little purple right there in Garrett County and some of the mountains of the Appalachians. And we do have those counties under winter weather advisories. It doesn't start till 4 o'clock this afternoon and goes until tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning. That is for the potential of some maybe 2 to 3, but possibly even 4-inch snowfall totals for the mountain locations. And it's from this area of low pressure that's bringing some snow to Chicago and the upper Midwest right now. That's going to move a little bit closer to us. Now, as we take you through your hourly future scan, this is 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. Notice the clouds will continue to increase. may get a stray shower or two working in by about 8 o'clock this evening. Only rain showers for us. And you can see really the bulk of the system passes to the south, but don't be surprised if you're out 8, 9, 10 o'clock this evening and you get a couple of sprinkles, but not tracking snow, at least for us here at home. On your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids head out this morning, numbers are in the 30s, so make sure they are bundled up. Mid to upper 40s as we take you into the later part of the day today. So it will be a chilly afternoon, and you can see our high temperatures across Baltimore and Carroll counties in the mid to upper 40s. Perry Hall and White Marsh out through Towson, Reisterstown and Catonsville in the 40s for you. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to be in the mid to upper 40s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge out through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And the Eastern Shore, seeing those numbers in the mid to upper 40s as well. Chestertown now through Centerville, even into Easton at 46 for your high later today. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. We'll see a few of those showers tomorrow in the morning time, but overall, we're dry through most of the rest of the week. First day of Hanukkah looking good on Friday with warmer temperatures. Then we actually will see some 60s this weekend, even though we have to deal with rain on Sunday.
7:21, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, will be meeting with U.S. senators today.
It comes as resources for that country have stalled amid its ongoing war with Russia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest plea for aid.
That's right. Starting off here with a live look over Capitol Hill, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address Congress today by video conference. It's going to be a classified briefing, though. The White House is urging Congress to approve a $106 billion military funding package to go toward aiding Ukraine, Israel, as well as other national security priorities. It comes as some GOP lawmakers voice skepticism about the magnitude of assistance allotted for Ukraine. And others say they want to see border policy changes as a contingency of more assistance. We're going to keep you posted on any details that come out of Washington today here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Baltimore native and LSU star Angel Reese is back on the floor after a 4-game absence. What could have led to that suspension? That discussion coming up later in the show.
And also coming up, a look inside the Hampton National Historic Mansion. All the holiday magic, the decorations, and a whole lot more. That's coming up right after our break. 7:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all 7:25, and since the 1800s, this mansion has been experiencing the holiday stories, music, and decor.
We are live inside the Hampton National Historic Mansion talking with the curator, Melissa Miller. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we
Thank
come
you so
and talk
much
to
for
you
coming
guys.
out.
Yeah, I was going to say we come and talk to you guys every year, but that's because you all are so popular. Why is that during the holidays?
So the unique thing about Hampton is that you can see holiday traditions throughout American history. Each room is set to a slightly different time period so that you can learn about the holidays at different times.
Melissa, which room are you in
We're here
now?
in the drawing room. Yes, we're here in the drawing room, which is set to the mid-1800s, displaying a unique tradition of giving gifts to the enslaved children here at Hampton. We really would love for everyone to come out for the holidays this Saturday, December 9th, for the season. We would love for everyone to come out from 10 to 5. We're open again from 6 to 7:30.
So Melissa, do you get tickets in advance? Do you just show up? How does it work?
You do not. You do not. It is an open house. So you just come on out. We would love to have you experience the sounds of the season. We're going to have the Connections Academy Choir right here in the mansion. Also, the Griot Circle of Maryland will be telling African American stories over on the farm side. So you definitely want to check that out as well.
Curator Melissa Miller, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
If you'd like some more information about how you can visit the Hampton National Historic Mansion, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We're looking at colder temperatures today, but look at that. Yes, feels warm when you look from inside out there at the sun coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Tuesday forecast and when some parts of Maryland may be getting some snow.
Baltimore City Council rejects a resolution in support of Israel. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at that resolution and why they voted against it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and let's eat cake today. My cousin, his birthday is today, and it was
Happy
the first
birthday.
when I was little where I realized you get cake at everyone's birthdays, not just yours. So it was like the realization, 12-5. I remember that for the rest of my life. I think it was like 3 at that point.
Meanwhile, there is no cake here.
No,
though.
there isn't.
Oh, man. That's
Yeah,
sad.
but we do have a meteorologist, Justin Chambers, here, and you're bringing us some pretty good news for now. I mean, it's going to be clear for a little while.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we're good to go. A good cake eating morning. I mean, we can have cake whenever we right? We're adults. Kids, you gotta ask your parents. All right, looking outside right now, good morning to all of you. This is a shot from our Towson camera right now. And yeah, we still have some of those clouds hanging around, even though that sun is up. Got that Baltimore cold feeling where you feel some of that moisture, and our temperatures are hanging out colder this morning than yesterday. In fact, we're below freezing in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right at 32 in Bel Air, 30 your temp in Joppatown. Woodlawn, you're checking in at 33, Elkridge at 38. Now look at these numbers. Some of us about 10 to 12 to even 14 degrees colder than where we were just 24 hours ago. So you'll notice that this morning as opposed to how we woke up yesterday. Overall, on your Rise and Shine cast, grab that coffee breakfast, maybe a coffee cake for breakfast. There you go. We're talking about numbers in the lower 40s through 10 a.m. And we'll top out today close to 50. We'll be in the mid to upper 40s into Wednesday and Thursday. So we've got a stretch here in the next 3 days where we're going to see those temperatures below average. But good news as we get to the weekend with some warmer numbers. We'll track that for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
A Howard County student has returned to the class nearly a week after she says a man attacked her while she was on her way to school.
Project Baltimore first reported the incident last week. Chris Pepps has been investigating and found that this could be part of a bigger problem impacting students who are walking to school because the district cut school bus service.
Jada Jones is struggling.
I want my life to go back to what it was before, with school.
This 15-year-old is in 10th grade at Wild Lake High School in Howard County. 6 days ago, she and her friend were on their way to school. It was about 7:30, a cold November morning. And instead of walking, the girls decided to take public transit. They were waiting at this bus stop off Columbia Road when a man attacked them.
So he was grabbing on her purse, and I started punching him and trying to get him off of her. And then he started pulling my hair and punching me like in my chest. And we both were defending ourselves, like hitting on him, trying to get him off of us because he was fighting back. And I guess we let him loose, like we got off of him and we started running.
Terrified, the girls ran all the way to school. Jada called her grandmother, Michelle Williams.
I'm raising them, and I'm all they got. And she's all I got, as my daughter, And just for her and her friend, it took everything in me to try to keep my mind focused and just tell Jada it's going to be okay.
Jada and her grandmother live 2 miles from Wild Lake High School. They don't own a car. Jada used to ride the school bus. But this year, that's not an option.
It is not fair. I want our buses back.
About 3,500 students lost their school buses. After Howard County increased the distance students must live from school in order to qualify for a school bus. Those 3,500 students are now considered walkers, including Jada.
Some of us don't have the transportation to pick their kids and take them to school. Then you made it difficult because now our children is getting hurt in the midst of this.
Jada's grandmother is worried, and she's not alone.
First and foremost concern is safety. Safety, period, end of story.
Project Baltimore has spoken with a number of parents outraged by the district's decision to cut school bus service. Over the summer, they held protests, hoping to convince the school district to reverse course because of safety concerns.
Save our school buses!
Those concerns have become reality. What happened to Jada is just the latest incident. Less than 3 weeks ago, before Jada and her friend were attacked, 2 other Howard County High School students were robbed in separate incidents while walking home from school. Project Baltimore looked into those incidents. In both cases, police say the victims were walking home from Centennial High School when they were robbed at gunpoint by 2 assailants. The robberies occurred just a few minutes apart near Gwen Park Drive and Riverside Circle in Ellicott City. Project Baltimore looked up that neighborhood on the Howard County bus transportation map. The green boundary line represents walkers. Last year in 2022, students who lived in this section received bus service. But look at the current map. The entire neighborhood is now considered walkers.
Project Baltimore did speak with one of the students from Centennial High School. He told us he was walking home that day because just like Jada, he lost his school bus. So that means 4 Howard County students in less than a month have reported being victims of crimes, and 3 of them have confirmed to FOX45 they had their school bus taken away.
Howard County Schools maintains that cuts to bus service increase efficiency because school start times change this year. The district declined an interview with FOX45, saying in a statement, "We are deeply concerned for the welfare and well-being of each of our students." The school system went on to thank Howard County Police for keeping neighborhoods safe and said that it's appreciative of the RTA, Regional Transportation Agency, which offers free bus passes to Howard County students.
I need you to tell me that you have transportation for my baby tomorrow so she can go to school and feel safe, so she can have a proper education.
Project Baltimore wants to hear from you. Are you a parent or a student in Howard County who recently lost their bus and is concerned about safety? Call our hotline, send me an email, go to foxbaltimore.com to follow our progress on this story. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:37 now. As the war rages on in Israel, the Baltimore City Council shot down a resolution to register their support for the nation and condemn Hamas.
Olivia Dance joining us live with why City Council voted against that resolution. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, just before the vote, protesters spoke out in support of Palestine, and ultimately the resolution didn't pass. Now, Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer is reacting to that vote and the message that he says it sends. Take a listen.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews. And that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
Council President Nick Mosby approved adding the measure to last night's meeting agenda, but because it calls for an immediate resolution, at least 12 votes are needed for approval. The resolution failed to get the required number of votes, with only 9 members voting yes, 4 council members abstaining, with 2 others not present, making those 4 abstaining votes from council members Christopher Burnett, Ryan Dorsey, Felicia Porter, and Odette Ramos critical. Those council members chose not to be interviewed, but Councilman John Bullock, who supported the resolution, spoke to why others possibly didn't.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people, for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
Before the vote, Councilman Schleifer described how his resolution is worded very similar to resolution passed 4 years ago that condemned the New Zealand terrorist attack. After hearing that, Councilman Mark Conway decided to support the resolution, but it still wasn't enough. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Coming up, an LSU player with Baltimore roots returns after a mysterious absence. And we are taking a look at the reasons why and possibly may have caused her to be benched.
And snow showers could be on the way for parts of Maryland, the areas that could see the wintry weather. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Welcome back. 18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast here. Really pretty shot with that sun. That sun's going to go behind the clouds for a little bit today. We'll kind of have a mix of clouds and sun with more cloud cover later this afternoon once again, and temperatures that will be colder. So grab the jacket, have the sunglasses there just in case, especially this morning, but really no need for the umbrella for the most part. You can see on your jogging cast 30s and 40s. Definitely want to layer up if you're getting out for a run this morning.
There are processed foods and then there are over-processed foods, and there's a big difference. Just ahead this morning, the common ultra-processed foods that could be in your home now and what you should swap them with.
Well, coming up, our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. Stick around for your chance to call in and win one of those gifts. That's straight ahead. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. .45 and Maryland native Angel Reese returns to the court after a 4-game suspension. The LSU basketball star was benched at halftime November 14th, returned with little comment Thursday, posting one sentence: "Just make sure that apology is as loud as the disrespect." Well, joining us now with the speculation and media firestorm following this, of course, is Chief Executive with Falston Group, Rob Weinhold. Okay, so the speculation is now starting here because the coach is being quiet. Reese is really being quiet. I mean, not much. He's talked to a little bit to ESPN, said, kind of alluded to her mental health was a top priority for her. But is it mental health? Is it grades? Was it discipline? Was it her attitude? What happened?
It could be all of those things.
Okay.
I mean, but enter Shaquille O'Neal, right, who now is providing guidance and mentorship to bring her along, so to speak, and help her get through this season. And supposedly all is right now at LSU. But, you know, teams have issues, personnel, academic, disciplinary issues, and the whole 9 yards. But there's a lot of interest in college athletes right now, and I think it's very, very hard for them, too. You talk about millions of people following, let's say, an athlete on social media. You talk about the name, image, and likeness business model where athletes enter into a business arrangement, in this case, Reebok, which Shaquille O'Neal is representing. So there's a business interest, there's a court of public opinion.
Is it too much pressure to be putting on? I mean, that's what the NCAA was saying, is that the NIL, they were against it because they said, okay, that's going to put too much pressure on it. It's going to change the whole dynamic of the NCAA. They lost power there. And now you're seeing that kind of here. I mean, 2.6 million followers that she has on social media. She posted that one thing, and that created another big, giant list of speculation, what's going on here. And then when you add in that contract with Reebok, what does that do to her?
Well, you enter into a business arrangement, right? So now you have corporate pressure, right? So you have the court of public opinion, corporate pressure, money on the line, legacy on the line, future earning power on the line. And by the way, there's this little thing called gambling for college athletes, right? So as we enter into the bowl season and the national championship, you know, people are paying attention to, you know, Shedeur Sanders, to Bo Nix out of Oregon, and saying, well, wait a minute, what are their statistics? Are they healthy? Are they going to be eligible? There are disciplinary issues in and around these athletes, and it does have a financial impact. We always say reputation leads to trust, and trust leads to valuation, and not all currency is financial.
Do you think then that LSU handled this the proper way, just kind of saying stop, and then, you know, by next week it'll be done and we'll just move on and nobody will talk about the 4-game suspension?
I don't see real value in airing the dirty laundry from the team. I think the coach did the right thing by giving everyone the Heisman, and there's a little bit of mystery there, but that's okay. Shaq came in, did a little mentorship, and everybody's back on the court now and playing, and they want to go ahead and make a run at another national championship. So we'll root the local star along, and you know, hopefully it's a learning lesson for everybody, and they move on with their business.
All right, Rob Weinhold with Folsom Group. Always great to have you in.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
7:49 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here for your Tuesday. And looking at our Towson cam right now, we still have some of those clouds that are hanging around. That's what we're going to see throughout the day today. We're kind of stuck in this weather pattern. We have those clouds that are around, and that is because we've got some systems that continue to move through. So our HD radar is quiet right now, but the purple right there on the left side of your screen, that is the winter weather advisory, which starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon and goes through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning into Garrett County. That's the only county affected here in Maryland. Some West Virginia counties in there as well on the backside of the mountains. That's the next weather maker. You can see that snow that is in Chicago and in through the upper Midwest. That system will dive down toward us and at least bring us the chance for some showers, maybe a few flakes flying early tomorrow morning right around here, but really not much to get excited about. I know some people get excited about any kind of snow that we can see. On your Rise and Shinecast, upper 30s and lower 40s as you enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us for the next few hours. 51 is typically where we are this time of year. We've been in the mid-50s for the last couple of days, but we're going to drop to the 40s today. So central Maryland will mainly be in the mid to upper 40s for the eastern shore across the Bay Bridge and up and down the Chesapeake later today. Overall, pilots, another good day to fly. Finally, again, a good VFR day, visual flight rules, albeit a little on the chilly side out there. Here's a look at our futures cam. Tracking some of those showers about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll start as some rain showers in the mountains, but then quickly transition to some snow with the colder air coming in later tonight. Most of the moisture kind of stays south and west of Baltimore, so D.C. actually might get more rain than we'll get here in Baltimore City and County. And then early tomorrow morning, you can see a little bit of that little blue that is coming from the north and into the south. So that's when some of those flakes could be flying in the upper levels and that wind picks up. That's what we'll see on your Wednesday. By Thursday, another system passes to the north of us. It's going to bring a few clouds around, but overall, we stay dry. Shout out to Terry and Rodney D. Beautiful picture of the doggies right here, Halligan and Barlow. They are all ready for the holidays, and I'm loving those holiday pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 3 days now until Hanukkah, the winter solstice in just 16 days from right now. 3 weeks from today is Kwanzaa, at least the first day of Kwanzaa, and then New Year's Eve in 26 days. Got your New Year's Eve plans yet? I don't know. Got to start thinking about that. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. A little bit warmer on Friday, and then we actually will have some lower 60s this weekend. However, as the Ravens come back home, we have to deal with rain for Sunday afternoon's game. So just watch it right here on Fox 45.
All right, well, here's a look now from our traffic photojournalist in Linthicum, heading west on the inner loop towards Hellthorpe, and he's moving along without issue. Nothing getting in his way.
And it's not too late to decorate with holiday plants. And thinking about some Christmas gifts ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're showing off the perfect plants that could bring tons of color indoors.
And our countdown to Christmas giveaway is only moments away. Stay tuned for your chance to win coming up after the break.
I have holiday blend coffee in a K-cup back there.
Oh, time for a coffee break then.
Yeah. It's light. It's not heavy.
And I know it's in it, and that makes
right.
sense. It is time to open up our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
All right, I'll do it.
You want to open?
Sure.
Really
cute. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
All
why
right.
it's so light.
Yes.
All the best Disney characters are in there. I see Minnie,
there's a lot.
Mickey, Goofy, Pluto. There's a Donald? Is there a Daisy?
There's a Daisy.
And there's a Daisy. My daughter always wonders why Daisy is left out of like all the advertising and everything.
She does.
She's never.
That's
so I may have to buy this for her just because she feels for Daisy.
And why these two are so odd. One can talk and one can't. One wears pants, one doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't know. That's another question. Well, altogether, you can ponder these if you get this gift. They're worth $75, and you can find them on Amazon.
All right, look at that. So now is the time to call. In fact, you see the number right there on the bottom of your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now gets to give this gift and bring it home. You can either keep it or you can re-gift it.
Mine is Daisy. Coming up in our next hour, an update on the FBI headquarters that is supposed to be coming to Maryland. More on the controversy surrounding it and the recent statement ahead.
Yeah, unbelievable. Flare guns and a house explosion, and it rocks a Virginia neighborhood as police were just trying to serve a search warrant. Just ahead this morning, the search now for the suspect. 7:56, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories. Arlington County, Virginia fire crews facing an ongoing investigation after a massive home explosion, topping our half hour from the Live Center. The dramatic new video just into our newsroom.
Plus, lawmakers will be meeting in Annapolis today for a third hearing on the juvenile justice and the crime laws. Why they're trying to find a resolution.
And in Baltimore County, some are outraged about changes to a bill dealing with the Office of the Inspector General. Coming up, Inspector General Kelly Madigan's reaction to the amendments being leaked to the public.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, the explosion in that house, we're going to show you that in a little bit. Unbelievable. Every time I see the video, it's incredible.
Well, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we're expecting here in our area as far as the temperatures.
Yeah, and they definitely are colder this morning. We feel that when you step outside, and you will feel that throughout the day today. We do have some sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover, but overall, we're going to keep those clouds around through most of the day today. Really not tracking much in the way of actual rain or snow. The snow will be in western Maryland later this afternoon and evening. We're talking about low to mid 30s right now for Cockeysville and Baltimore City at 36, 41 in Annapolis, 43 currently in Stevensville. On your out and about cast, numbers in the 30s and 40s for the next few hours. We'll get to the upper 40s by noon today and topping out right about 49 for your highs. So that's going to be a little bit below average for this time of year. We keep the 40s around tomorrow as well. We'll track the warmer temperatures that are on the way as we head toward the weekend. That's coming up in just a few.
This morning, Arlington, Virginia fire marshals are investigating a massive home explosion.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is joining us here in studio with a dramatic video that is coming into our newsroom. Taylor, residents, you can hear them on there saying unbelievable, they're like crazy. And then also they can hear tremors and feel that explosion a few blocks away.
I mean, it's just insane, you guys. This video captures the moments of that big boom. We want to take it full. Take a look at this. I mean, just look at some of the smoke billowing from those flames. Let me take you back to how this all started. Around 4 p.m., people began calling police about flares seen shooting into the sky. You can see those here. That's what caused the concern here. And then as police got on the scene, they found those flares originated from a home in Arlington County. They went there to check it out, serve a search warrant, while the man inside refused to come out. Officers circled the home. The suspect then began shooting that flare gun at police. That's what ignited the explosion that literally rocked the neighborhood. Take a listen.
But you could feel sound concussion. You could. It was impressive. I've been here for 50 years and I've never experienced anything like that.
Look, fire crews were able to contain the fire within 2 hours. Several officers did receive minor injuries. As for the cause, that's still under investigation, but just insane video coming into our newsroom. Thankful to report that no one was injured significantly. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. Happening today, state lawmakers will be holding a third hearing on the juvenile justice laws. Fox 45 News continues to hear from residents who say the state's youth crime laws are impacting their sense of safety.
Some of those people who I grew up with who are no longer here, if they knew that this was the condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
Keep in mind, this hearing comes just over a month before the start of the session, so the pressure is building to finalize plans to address the problem of juvenile crime. Now, so far, there's been a lot of discussion, but no concrete plans to address the concerns. Meanwhile, Republican Delegate Robin Grammer sits on the committee, and he has been pushing for bigger changes, saying it is time to see action. Take a listen.
People have to, frankly, stop playing so close to the chest and start having real discussions about this issue.
Previous law said that they could be on probation until they're 21. The current law depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It basically is up to a year for a misdemeanor and up to 2 years for a felony. I think we might take another look at those.
Get here. This fall, members of a House committee already met twice to talk about young people finding themselves either suspects or victims of violence. But it is still not entirely clear if or how lawmakers will decide to tackle the issue. We may learn more soon. Today's third hearing is set to begin at 1 o'clock this afternoon in Annapolis.
Well, now to our question of the day. Do you think lawmakers are listening to their constituents when it comes to juvenile crime? So far, 95% of people who have voted responded no, as you see on the bottom of your screen. If you'd like to make your voice heard right now, you can do it just by heading over to foxbaltimore.com/vote. 8:04 and turning now to Baltimore County. Some are outraged about changes to bills dealing with the Office of Inspector General, and bills were leaked to the public.
Now, the amendments would strip many of the powers away from Inspector General Kelly Madigan, and she says she was blindsided.
Now, Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at those amendments. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the public will now see the amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of the amendments broke less than an hour before the council meeting here in Towson. Now, Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that amendments would be proposed. I would not be given a courtesy copy of them, nor would the administration. The public would not have an opportunity to weigh in, and they would not be recommendations. We paid $100,000 for 7 citizens to give their time and energy and focus to take testimony from subject matter experts. And this was done with a swift of a pen and an email hitting send. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill. Those amendments were not consistent with the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. They are not consistent with best practices. I do not support them.
The amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. The amendments would also cut back on the IG's subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. This morning, Fox 45 News spoke with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski about the amendments. He has issues with how the county council presented the amendments.
Trying to run through an amendment at the last second without any public input, any discussion, I think is antithetical to those precepts of accountability and transparency.
Now, if the council passes the bill with the amendments, then Baltimore County voters will still have a say, as the issue will be on the ballot in November. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Members of Maryland's government respond to Virginia's latest attempt to delay the FBI headquarters project. After the break, why many believe the new location will benefit taxpayers.
Plus, the city council votes no on a resolution to support Israel. In our next half hour, why some council members are concerned about how it could impact the Jewish community here and around Baltimore.
We're starting off colder this morning, and we've got colder numbers on the way for at least the next few days, but some warmer numbers around the corner as we get closer to the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up.
Oh, and before we go to break, we want to take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network, and you see a lot of red and some major slowdowns, both Pimlico Road on the JFX heading south there, a lot of volume on the northern part, plus we also have an incident in 95 South right near O'Donnell Street. That's causing some backup. It's in the median there. And then the last one for you is 95 South right at the BW Parkway. There's an incident. There's one vehicle now moved over to the right shoulder, also causing some delays. So, yeah, just want to spend some extra time if you're heading out for your morning commute. Well, new this morning, members of Maryland's federal, state, and local governments releasing the following statement regarding Virginia delegation's latest attempt to delay the FBI headquarters project.
This is what they had to say. Quote, in 2022, both the Virginia delegation as well as the Maryland delegation agreed that the GSA ought to make this site selection decision expeditiously to ensure the hardworking men and women of the FBI would have a headquarters that would meet their vital national security mission.
Well, after addressing the facts, the General Services Administration determined Greenbelt offers the lowest price and best value to taxpayers, the shortest proximity to public transportation, the most schedule certainty to ensure the FBI can move to a new headquarters that meets its mission and security needs as soon as possible.
2 Howard County students attacked while they were waiting for public transportation. Project Baltimore hears from a victim and examines why the school system isn't providing a safer way to get to class.
But first, lawmakers and top prosecutors continue to deliberate over some juvenile crime crisis. After the break, a law enforcement expert weighs in on what we can expect from the third hearing that's happening later today in Annapolis. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$8:15 ahead of the next legislative session starting in January. Lawmakers and top prosecutors from around the state are brainstorming ways to address juvenile crime concerns. A third hearing on the matter is being held today. Law enforcement expert Mari Richards is joining us with what could come from these hearings. Good morning, Mari.
Well, good morning, Patrice.
So we spoke with a delegate who said that the previous 2 hearings have been beneficial for lawmakers to understand what's happening in the communities and to begin to map out some solutions. This is the third meeting they're having. Is this them getting their ducks in a row so that when the session starts in January, they can hit the ground running?
Well, unfortunately, I don't see much progress coming from these meetings. If they thought it was a crisis, there would have been a special session. I think we have to look at the heart of the problem. and that is that the Democratic legislators, the governor, his director of juvenile services, really believe it's more important to protect criminals than it is victims. And as long as you have that mindset, nothing's going to improve.
So let me ask you this. So, I mean, we're beyond time for them to have a special session. There isn't even time for that now. Do you not believe that these meetings and what they're talking about and what they're doing in these meetings, you don't think that it's going to make a difference once the session starts, that there's no real urgency or real plan behind it?
They won't change anything that really makes a difference. You know, they'll tinker around the edges, maybe make some minor changes, but in terms of holding juveniles accountable, they're not going to really get into that. It's really a question of leadership, Patrice. You know, just look at the city. Nothing happened until Ivan Bates, you know, stood up, took on Marilyn Mosby and made that change. And you're not going to see changes like that in the legislature until some Democrats step up for the rule of law and take on some of these incumbents.
All right, well, we're going to see what comes out of the meeting happening later this afternoon today. Maury, thank you.
Thanks, Patrice.
Well, 8:18 is the time now on a Tuesday morning, and where did the sun go?
It went away. It's making room for the snow that Justin says is coming.
For some in the old line state, yeah, we're talking the mountains this late afternoon into early tomorrow morning, and we may see a few flakes flying around here early tomorrow morning, at least here in Baltimore. Not going to be anything to actually accumulate. Probably keep that record going of 780 million days since we've had snow. It seems like that long. All right, here's our downtown Baltimore camera. The sun is struggling today. That's the whole thing. It's a kind of a struggle, like yesterday, too, where we actually had some pockets of sunshine, but then later in the afternoon, those clouds rolled in. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now and we'll continue to see as we go into the course of this afternoon. 36 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Now here's a look at our hourly future scan. This takes us through 3 o'clock this afternoon. And notice the cloud cover, but we're not tracking any greens, pinks, or blues. As you get to about 8 o'clock tonight, notice how some of the showers try to creep closer to Westminster, Frederick, down through Laurel. That'll just be a few sprinkles at best. The bulk of the system is really to the south of Baltimore City. Even by 9-10 o'clock, this latest Model 1 run wants to put a stray shower just of the rain variety right over downtown before it moves out of here for tomorrow. In terms of your forecast, golfers, this is not the best time. I mean, we love fall golf, even though we're officially in meteorological winter, but when temperatures are in the upper 40s and you got to layer up, not that fun. But you can get out there today. Again, not really tracking much in the way of actual precip. Here's a look at our high temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore County. 43 in the Hereford zone, 46 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 47 in Towson. You're almost at 50 today in Dundalk, mid to upper 40s in Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into northeast there, Hartford and Cecil County, 46 for you in Elkton today. Notice our temperatures for the next few days will stay in the 40s, but by Friday and into the weekend, those numbers climbing nicely with upper 50s and lower 60s. So overall, hasn't really been that bad of a December. Here's a look at that future scan. So the system moving in from the Midwest today, and we'll start with some rain showers. That will change to snow quickly tonight in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. And again, there's the bulk of that system kind of right to the south and to the west of us. Tomorrow, this is about 9 o'clock in the morning. Notice the little blue right there north of the Mason-Dixon. Some of those flurries may come over the line and into our region with some of the wind carrying that through tomorrow mid-morning. But by tomorrow afternoon, we should see a little bit more sunshine. Thursday, partly cloudy skies again. But again, those temperatures as we head into the weekend will be a little bit nicer. Not bright and sunny, however. We have milder conditions on Saturday with some clouds hanging around. Sunday for the Ravens game, which you can watch right here on Fox 45. We're tracking rain. So it is going to be a wet day at the bank or whatever you have going on Sunday.
All right, taking a live look from our traffic photojournalist and a little bit bit of a stop and go there. He's on the inner loop by Pikesville, and you see brake lights coming on ahead of him. So slower go through this region.
It is beginning to look a lot like Christmas right here in the Fox 45 studios as we continue our countdown to Christmas giveaways. Don't move, because you could be our next big winner coming up in our next half hour.
And there is more to the holidays than just the presents and Christmas trees. After the break, we're going to show you what it's like to spend the holidays in Hampton. 8:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Walk the corridors to the Grand Hall, explore the grounds, even catch a live musical performance.
We are live right now inside the Hampton National Historic Mansion in Towson, talking with Hampton board member Gail Economist. Good morning, Gail.
Look at you, Gail. Beautiful.
Good morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm very appropriate for this room. We're in the dining room, 1810 here. So think Bridgerton or Pride and Prejudice. And this is just one of the many beautiful rooms that you can see in the mansion during Holidays at Hampton this coming Saturday.
So very cool. All right, Gail, you always enjoy talking about this. Tell me why. What makes this so special?
What makes it so special is this is a real Maryland story. And everything about Hampton National Historic Site tells the story of Maryland. It's a family, the Ridgeleys, who were very wealthy, but their wealth was made possible by enslaved people. So we were just looking at the dining room table. So all this food would have been prepared by enslaved people. The decorations, all of this would be, which is one of the reasons why when you come on Saturday to Holidays at Hampton, you go over to the farmhouse and the renowned, the spectacular Griot Circle of Maryland will be performing music and telling African American stories for the holidays too. So as I said, we tell all the stories here. Each room in the mansion is decorated to a different time period, and it's all free. Free. So from 10 to 5, and then you can come in the evening at 6 o'clock to tour the mansion. It's the only time of year you can come and see it at night. It's magical. So we invite everybody to come to these free celebrations. We even have free parking and a shuttle from Towson Methodist Church. So come on out. It's your taxpayer dollars in action.
Perfect way to pitch it there. Gail Economos, thank you so much. And of course, in the time period herself.
Well, you can get more information by going to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, who says it's too early for baseball? I do. Still ahead when you can purchase your Orioles spring training tickets. And some colder temperatures with highs in the 40s today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if we can expect a few snow showers in our future. 8:26, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you. Welcome back here on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are talking about some snow in the forecast, just not here for us, not on this side of the state.
Right. And not yet, right? Not yet?
No, I mean, I don't mind a little bit of snow. The 4 seasons. That's why I love living in Maryland.
You know what? You're right. Maybe I'm just not braced for it yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we got a little bit of time, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we're going to have some of that snow that we talked about in western Maryland in the mountains here later tonight into early tomorrow morning. And yeah, we could see a few flakes flying around by this time tomorrow morning. But right now, our Towson camera, mainly cloudy conditions and colder temperatures for sure. A lot of us near freezing, 32 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Bel Air, 36 in Elkton. You're at 41 right now in Annapolis and mid-30s for downtown Baltimore. So out and about cast, we'll keep those numbers climbing into the 40s here through the middle part of the day and on our way to highs in the upper 40s this afternoon. And guys, we're actually going to stay in the 40s today, tomorrow, and Thursday for that matter. So numbers are going to be below average. Not super cold, but definitely the December cold that we come to know and love around here. We'll talk about if there's any more wet weather on the way for our weekend. That's coming up in a few.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and there are some major issues that are slowing you down throughout the Baltimore region. In fact, you can see congestion on 895 northbound. That's the bottom right-hand side. The camera's facing northbound, but it's actually the southbound lanes that were really blocked earlier. They're starting to relieve a little bit there as the crews have been constantly working south of the city. There was 5 incidents. We're down to 1 right now. That one incident right on Key Highway and Macomb Street. That's where there is one vehicle, and that is causing some delays. But everybody else, they have cleared them up, so the crew's doing a great job moving anybody that was involved. You can see on the top left, right near Pimlico, that's the JFX southbound. They moved them from the left median over to the right shoulder, so that also is improving. A Howard County student has returned to class nearly a week after she says a man attacked her and her friends while they were on their way to school.
Project Baltimore First reported this incident last week. Chris Papps joins us live this morning. Good morning to you, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. Now, this is something that, as you said, we reported last week, but we really started reporting on this 6 months ago when Howard County Public Schools announced that they were going to cut school bus service for 3,500 students in the county. That's about 6% of the population. When that happened, many of the parents said that, hey, this is going to lead to some issues. We are concerned about safety. And it wasn't just that 3,500 students had to walk to school, sometimes with blind curves, blind hills, no sidewalks. It was also the criminality component to that. Many say that we talked to in Howard County that they are seeing an uptick in robberies and burglaries, car thefts, and things like that. And now, just in the past month, we can confirm we have spoken to 3 Howard County students who lost their school bus this year and were victims of crimes either walking to or from school. The most recent one being last week when 2 students were at an RTA, Regional Transportation Authority bus stop, because they didn't want to walk to school. It was cold and they were running a little bit behind, and while they were waiting for the bus, they say they were attacked by a man who tried to rob them and take their purses. So we've reached out to Howard County Schools. It doesn't seem like they have any let's say, interest right now in reversing course. It seems like they're moving forward, even though a lot of parents in the county are saying, hey, can we get our buses back? Let's rethink this for a year. It doesn't appear as now that Howard County Public Schools is taking that into consideration.
Okay, so the 3,500 students, and that was what you were talking about last year. We saw parents coming up actually trying to prevent that from happening over the summer months, too. Are they now back out, Chris, talking about this? Like, look what you've done. You're actually, what we said during the summer months, that you're going to create some dangerous situations for students?
Sure. So we've reached out to the parents that we talked to 6 months ago, and they're saying, listen, we predicted this. And in the story that we ran last night and this morning on FOX45, it's on the website, foxbaltimore.com, we showed the video from over the summer when they were at a 4th of July parade, and they were protesting in the parade. They had their signs, give us our buses back, this is a safety concern. The parents were telling their own school system, please don't do this. We don't want this. We are paying the taxes. We are the customers here. Please don't do this. And Howard County Public Schools did it anyway. And Tom, and you remember earlier in the year, the transportation director, the chief transportation officer in Howard County, lost his job because of how disastrous it was in the beginning of the year. Remember, we were doing stories on Zoom, the bus contract from California that replaced a lot of the local guys, and the students weren't being picked up and they were late. So there was a person there that was held responsible, the transportation director. They fired him. And now, in the past month, we've had 3 students, at least 3. We think it's 4. We haven't been able to confirm the 4th, but at least 3 students, that have been reportedly victims of crimes on their way.
With the large Jewish population that we have here in Baltimore, that is feeling very isolated and alone because of the recent events and the rise in anti-Semitism in the United States, it's important that their government can stand with them.
The Baltimore City Council rejects a resolution from Councilman Isaac Yitzi-Scheifler condemning anti-Semitism.
Yeah, the resolution was in response to what the councilman called rising anti-Semitism in Baltimore and all around the nation in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people, for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews. And that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
In the end, too many council members abstained for this resolution to pass.
A third hearing on juvenile crime is set in Annapolis for today. Coming up, what changes do you want to see? We're going to take a look at some of the latest polling data.
We're looking at colder temperatures today.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Tuesday forecast and what areas of Maryland might be getting some snow. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, 8:39 and happening today, state lawmakers will meet for a third time to discuss the impact of juvenile justice laws in the state of Maryland.
This fall, House committee members met twice to talk about the growing number of young people falling victim to or considered suspects of violent crime.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now with a preview of today's hearing. Shannon?
Yeah, this hearing, Tom and Taylor, will begin in just a few hours. It's set to start at 1 this afternoon. Now, members of a House committee will once again come together to try to finalize plans to tackle the big issue of juvenile crime. Keep in mind, we are just a little over a month out before the session begins in January. And this also comes as the latest data from Gonzalez Research shows us that voters are wanting to see changes when it comes to juvenile justice laws.
What we found statewide, 59% of Marylanders say we need a strict approach. 35% said a more moderate approach.
So two laws are at the center of the debate today, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Act. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges. The Interrogation Protection Act requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. Now, prosecutors from around the state have been speaking out against these laws, and they are pushing for changes.
A revolving door. The same juvenile offenders over and over again.
You can protect the child and also protect society.
We don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
Now, as for what changes we may see from these hearings, that's still hard to say. Democrats control both chambers in the state House, and Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger previously told us he was interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change, but so far there are no concrete plans for that. But of course, we will be monitoring and following this hearing closely, as once again it is set to get underway at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah, incredible, stunning scene in Arlington, Virginia just hours ago as a massive explosion levels the home. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the breathtaking video just coming into the newsroom.
U.S. support for Ukraine could soon come to a halt. I'm Atra El-Nashar with why Congress can't agree on a path forward.
(8:44) and developing now, the White House issuing a warning to Congress. If they do not act quickly, the U.S. will soon run out of ways to help Ukraine fight off Russia's invasion. Democrats and Republicans are at odds about whether Ukraine aid should be conditional on new U.S. border policy. And talks on a compromise hit a snag over the weekend. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports from Capitol Hill.
We are out of money and nearly out of time.
The White House issuing those blunt words to congressional leadership Monday in yet another plea to approve more funds for Ukraine.
A vote against supporting Ukraine is a vote to improve Putin's strategic position. That's just an inescapable reality.
There is enough support in both parties to approve the aid, but Republicans have a condition.
If you want aid to Ukraine, we need to control our southern border. Reform asylum, reform parole is possible to do. Democrats don't want to do it. All Republicans want to do it.
Democrats back President Biden's proposal that includes additional asylum officers, immigration judges, and border agents, and argue what Republicans want would deny protection for vulnerable people without actually improving the border crisis. Making things even more complicated is the fact that Congress is under another tight deadline to fund the federal government by early next year. And the growing national debt, nearing $34 trillion, puts any new spending under the microscope. Outside groups, even some members of Congress, calling for a bipartisan fiscal commission to identify ways to pay down the debt. Billionaire hedge fund manager Ray Dalio among those urging policymakers to pay attention to the cost of high interest rates.
The longer term is that we are at a point in which we are borrowing money to pay debt service. And as that happens, and you want to keep spending at the same level, there is the need to get more and more into debt.
Lawmakers have to decide, and soon, if new spending, whether it be for Ukraine, the border, or other security priorities like Israel and Taiwan, is indeed worth the price now to avoid paying for a larger conflict down the road. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atrell Nishar reporting.
Meanwhile, after seeing historic inflation over the past 2 years, economists are looking at a new phenomenon: deflation. Now, according to new government data, prices for durable goods have fallen 2.6% in October since their peak last year. That means prices are not going up as fast as they once were in 2022, thanks to rate hikes. And as it ebbs, the White House is touting the new inflation numbers.
Today, annual inflation fell to its lowest level in more than 2.5 years, and monthly inflation was zero. Again, zero. Gas prices are down by $1.77 from their peak after Putin's war.
But unlike inflation, which measures the degree to which prices increase, deflation means prices are falling. Economists say we won't see economy-wide deflation, but still believe prices on goods have fallen and will fall further, fueling dramatic decreases in inflation.
Well, 8:47 is the time on this Tuesday morning, and we need to find out exactly how warm or cold it's going to be when the kids are getting off the bus today.
And that's the big question for meteorologist Justin Chambers as we look live over Camden Yards this morning.
Yep, it's 2 months until pitchers and catchers report in Florida for spring training, and talking about how excited we're going to see the O's in March. They actually will have opening day for the first time actually at home in a while. So that comes at the end of March right there at Camden Yards. So that's another month and a half after that. So we're right around the corner. We're talking baseball. But yes, we got football. Obviously, Ravens are in town and back home this Sunday, and you can watch them right here on FOX45 as we'll have your Ravens game against the Rams. 36 your temperature right now at BWI. No real wind to speak of at this time. The cloud cover hanging around. We're not tracking any precipitation at this point, excuse me, for most of the mid-Atlantic or the East Coast for that matter. Can start to see a little bit of that light blue moving a little closer to some of the mountain locations. And we do have winter weather advisories. They don't start until 4 o'clock this afternoon for Garrett County and also counties in West Virginia. But as we zoom in a little bit closer, you can kind of see the leading edge of this system rolling through Columbus, Ohio, just north of Charleston, West Virginia. So that's kind of the next weather maker that's going to bring some snow to the mountains. And some areas could get a good 1 to 2, possibly even 3 inches of snow. Now, for us, our hourly future scan this afternoon, lots of cloud cover, but we do stay dry, albeit on the colder side of things. And then by about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, may see a few rain showers. Try to sneak into parts of Carroll and Howard County, out toward Frederick County as well, possibly even into Baltimore City by about 10 o'clock this evening. So don't be surprised if the road's just a little bit wet when you wake up tomorrow morning. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's looking forward to a day with upper 30s next hour. You got to try to stay warm with all those leaves gone from the trees. Mid to upper 40s here as we take you into the afternoon today. And those numbers today will be below average. Typically lower 50s is where we are. We've actually been in the mid 50s for the last few days, even even though it didn't feel like that with the clouds that are around. And we'll keep those upper 40s going for the eastern shore, up and down the 95 corridor for Baltimore and D.C., up into Philly and New York, 53 in Richmond for this afternoon. Numbers actually going to stay below average tomorrow and Thursday, but then slowly rising into the weekend with 50s and even some lower 60s on the way. So here's that next weather maker, bringing those showers coming in later this afternoon and tonight. Most of the system stays kind of south and west of Baltimore City and County, so a lot of us to the north and east won't get anything. Early tomorrow morning, you can see that little blue right there coming north down 83 and 95, and some of that may try to sneak in by the time we get through tomorrow morning. So if we have a few flakes flying around here, that's really about all we're going to see in terms of any kind of winter weather. Notice on Friday, Hanukkah 57 with sunshine. Saturday not looking too bad either. A few clouds around, but lower 60s. And then, yeah, there's the rain coming in on Sunday for that Ravens game. So plan ahead now. You got to get that rain gear ready to go.
Well, let's talk about baseball since Justin started it off at 8:51 this morning. Spring training just around the corner. The Orioles tickets go on sale next Tuesday, December 12th.
Oh, my goodness. Well, if you want to check out the O's in Sarasota, Florida, you can get your tickets.
You have to say Florida the way he said it.
Sarasota, Florida. How do you say it? I got to go run that back, Justin. Florida. Well, you can get your ticket at Orioles.com/spring. The box office at Ed Smith Stadium will open at a later date, but the pitchers and catchers report on February 13th. The first spring training game goes on February 24th against the Red Sox.
From spring training back to reality here, right?
Back to reality, back to Christmas, really. It's time to open up our next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. So let's do it.
Yeah, this is a big one right here. In fact, we already gave one away earlier this morning. Go ahead, rip it up. No, tear it up. And this is going to be the gift. We're going to open it up, and then once we open it, then you call in and find out if you actually won it or not. So wait for the number on your screen. But see, we'll see exactly what this is.
All right, we're just making a big old mess here.
We are. All right, so now it's...
Okay.
There we go.
Boom.
You got it?
Got it.
You can spin it around and see what's written here. In fact, or we can open up the box. What do you want to do?
Do you want to open up the box?
Let's open up the box.
Yeah, we probably just get...
Well, maybe not.
Oh.
Here we go. Ready?
We're inventive.
Okay, so what we have here is a big cardboard box, and in it, though, is the gift.
What's inside that is what we're after.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Talk about a game. You could take this right there. Good old lawn chair.
There you go. Is that
yes.
a shot for you guys?
Yes. Right. So this is, you're gonna be able to relax a bit with this GCI Wilderness Backpacker. It's a great chair around the campsite. You got straps. They leave your hands free, apparently, Tom. And it's worth $75.
Nice, not bad.
It's worth $75,
and
good, you can call in to try to win it. Tom, I think this is the time.
This is the time right now. 4 positions right here on this chair. Call the number right there on the screen. 410-469-8308. Caller 10 right now gets to win this chair. And let's see if it can open. Oh, there we go. There we go. Not bad at all. A little cup holder over here, so good luck. You might be able to take this one home. Yeah, not bad.
I know.
I like this one.
It's a good game day chair,
nice big pack in the back. All right, well, you can still stay in this holiday spirit right here on Fox 45 because you can win $100 or $5,000. So all you have to do is scan the QR code you see right there on your screen, play your daily holiday trivia question every day, Monday through Thursday. You can win a $100 Visa e-gift card, and then you'll be in the running to win the weekly national prize of $5,000. So just scan the QR code and try your luck at holiday trivia. Heather Hopkins won yesterday's trivia, so congratulations, Heather, on that $100 win.
Well, there are so many ways to decorate your home for the holidays, so think beyond the poinsettia, okay? Still ahead, the best assortments to make your house the best on the block.
And why not have a holly jolly Christmas right here in Baltimore in our 9 o'clock hour? Why you should spend your holidays, well, in Towson, at Hampton.
Well, you know what would be nice to have at your holidays in Hampton?
Yeah, sit outside, let the kids go out and play on the hills right in front of the historic house.
And then one of these, right?
Put these right in the cup holder. That's perfect. Time for a coffee break.
Oh no, listen to this. 23andMe says a data breach impacted personal information for millions of users. A report found that hackers were able to access data from 6.9 million people. The company says hackers gained access to users' family tree information and potential relatives who have genetic matches. The report says 23andMe is actually still in the process of notifying everyone impacted by this breach. It urges all of its users to update passwords.
Well, Panera Bread is facing another lawsuit for its charged lemonade drink. Get this, and the second time the chain is being sued for its caffeinated drink potentially leading to a wrongful death. The lawsuit claims 46-year-old Dennis Brown went into cardiac arrest and died shortly after drinking the lemonade. Now, the 30-ounce beverage reportedly contains more caffeine than a Red Bull with 80 milligrams and a Monster drink for one of those 60-ounce cans, 160 milligrams. So if you combine them, it's at least 240 grams of caffeine. Panera says its own investigation into the claims finds no wrongdoing by the company's products and that the lawsuit is, quote, without merit.
Well, a bit of good news for struggling college students out there. Amazon announced it's teaming up with Student Universe to offer $25 domestic flights to Prime student members. Starting this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern through December 7th, Amazon will offer $1,025 tickets each day. So act fast right now. According to a recent study, the cost of travel affects 75% of college kids. Well, okay, it's now time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I am so excited to tell you about this product. I love it after wearing high heels all day or a heavy workout at the gym. Foottopia. This combines pushing, kneading, shiatsu, pressing, rubbing techniques that feel so good. It also has heat therapy that helps to loosen your muscles, and it also feels cozy as we get into these colder months of the year. And it can also be used on your calves as well, which is great because I get cramps in my calves. I also love it's light and it's portable. You just simply plug it in and you're good to go anywhere, vacation, the office. It's also great for everybody. It's a great gift, whether you're an athlete or you're having a physically demanding day at work, or you just want to, like me, relax after a stressful day and just sit in front of the TV. I like that it's really good for anybody. It's good for young people. It's good for older people. And also, I have cold feet, so this warms my feet and massages my feet at the same time, which is actually something I've never found in a product like this. And right now, we're offering 33% off. Get that. That's a big deal on Foottopia. All you have to do is head to asadeals.com for this amazing, look at this, relaxing, exclusive offer.
Lawmakers will meet in Annapolis today for a third hearing on juvenile crime. Coming up, I'll preview what we can expect, plus why the pressure is mounting.
The Baltimore County Council president is trying to strip the Inspector General's powers. Coming up next, how the Inspector General is responding and the next steps.
Our temperatures are colder this morning, and they're going to be colder here for the next couple of days. We'll track when we can expect some warmer numbers and if there's any rain in our forecasts. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and good day Baltimore, because meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know if we're going to see that winter-like weather in all parts of Maryland.
Yeah, not necessarily here, guys. We're talking about some of us on the western part of the state, or our friends and family out there. That's where we're going to see some of those snow showers as we get later tonight and early tomorrow morning. Right now, still clouds hanging around, but there is some clearing out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Our temperatures on the right side of our screen have been hanging out in the 30s, but we actually have slipped into the 40s a little bit. 41 in Baltimore City right now, 40 in Dundalk, 37 Essex and Middle River, and mid-30s for you there in Brooklyn Park. These numbers are about 7 to 10 degrees colder than where we were yesterday at this time, so just be aware of that. We'll top out in the upper 40s today, and we'll keep those 40s going as we head later into the afternoon, but again, those numbers will will be cooler than what we've seen the last few days, only by about 7 to 8 degrees. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about warmer numbers and we'll track that precipitation coming up.
Happening today, state lawmakers will hold a third hearing on juvenile justice laws.
Fox 45 News continues to hear from residents who say the state's youth crime laws are impacting their sense of security.
Some of those people who I grew up with who are no longer here, if they knew that this was the condition of our community, they would turn over in their graves.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with what we can expect from today's hearing. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing, Taylor and Patrice, will start in just several hours from now. We know that members of a House committee will be meeting in Annapolis. And keep in mind, this comes just a little over a month out from the 2024 session. So pressure is really mounting for lawmakers to finalize plans to tackle the juvenile crime problem. So far, we've seen a lot of discussion, not so much in the way of concrete plans, really, but also keep in mind that Democratic lawmakers control both chambers of the state House. Now, we have heard from Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger, who's previously told us that he is interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change. Meanwhile, Republican Delegate Robin Grammer sits on the committee, and he's been pushing for bigger changes, saying it is time to see action. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
People have to, frankly, stop playing so close to the chest and start having real discussions about this issue.
Previous law said that they could be on probation until they're 21. The current law depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It basically is up to a year for a misdemeanor and up to 2 years for a felony. I think we might take another look at those.
Now, you'll remember so far this fall, members of a House committee have already met twice, and they're meeting to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves either as suspects or as the victims of violence. This issue was thrust into the center of debate earlier this year after a new law preventing kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges took effect. Another law requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. And soon after those laws took effect, prosecutors from around the state started speaking up and pushing lawmakers to make changes. Now, it's still not clear, though, how or if lawmakers will work to tackle this issue, but we do hope to learn more in this hearing, which, again, gets underway in several hours from now at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Some Democrats in Annapolis are standing by the juvenile justice laws, which have been in place since last summer. Senator Will Smith says that is not enough time to evaluate whether or not they will be effective.
Laws that we put in place are going to take a couple of years to fully see the fruit of the foundations that we've laid and the seeds that we've planted. I, for one, am not interested in rolling back the reforms that we put in place last year.
Turning now to Baltimore County, some are outraged about changes to bills dealing with the Office of the Inspector General. The bills were leaked to the public.
Now, those amendments would strip many powers from Inspector General Kelly Madigan. She says she was blindsided.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I never received a copy of those amendments. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with a closer look at those amendments. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the public will now see these amendments after the county council deferred a vote. But it's important to note that news of the amendments broke less than an hour before the council meeting began here in Towson. Now, Inspector General Kelly Madigan is outraged.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that amendments would be proposed. I would not be given a courtesy copy of them, nor would the administration. The public would not have an opportunity to weigh in, and they would not be recommendations. We paid $100,000 for 7 citizens to give their time and energy and focus to take testimony from subject matter experts. And this was done with a swift of a pen and an email hitting send. Those amendments dramatically changed the entire bill. Those amendments were not consistent with the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. They are not consistent with best practices. I do not support them.
The amendments include the creation of an advisory board. It would be made up of 7 members. Most of them would be county officials. It would also require the Inspector General to submit reports to that board for approval before they can be released to the public. And finally, the amendments would also cut back on the IG subpoena powers, making it so the Inspector General would have to ask for the documents that they need first, then wait 90 days for a response before they can issue a subpoena themselves. This morning, Fox 45 News spoke with Baltimore County Executive John Olszewski about the amendments, and he has issues with how the county council presented those amendments.
Trying to run through an amendment at the last second without any public input, any discussion, I think is antithetical to those precepts of accountability and transparency.
Now, if the county council passes the bill with the amendments, then Baltimore County voters will still have a say, as the issue will appear on the ballot in November. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, this morning, fire officials in Arlington are investigating a massive home explosion. This video captures the big boom that folks really say just rocked the entire neighborhood. Take a look. Now, look, this all began with an attempted search warrant after police got reports of a flare in the sky. They kept seeing flares, and as they approached this home and tried to get that person outside, someone in the home began shooting that flare directly at police. Take a listen to what officers say happened when they showed up.
But you could feel the sound concussion. It was impressive. I've been here for 50 years, and I've never experienced anything like that.
Well, fire crews were able to contain this fire within 2 hours. Several officers, though, did receive injuries. The cause, that is still under investigation this morning as more video pours in on social media. We'll keep you updated.
9:09 and developing now. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will address United States senators at a classified briefing today. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live this morning. And Kayla, what are we expecting from Zelensky?
Well, Patrice, this is ultimately a last-minute appeal to get Republicans to support another aid package for Ukraine. Zelensky will join the meeting remotely via a secure video line to have his pleas heard for more support and to give senators an update on this war. Back in September, Zelensky was clear without more aid from the United States, Ukraine will lose the war. Without congressional support, the White House warns the U.S. government will run out of resources to support Ukraine by the end of this year. So the White House organized this video appearance knowing Zelensky is the best advocate for his country. But there are some major obstacles here playing out, mainly tying aid for Ukraine with immigration. Republicans want concrete changes to the government's approach to the southern border in return for supporting Ukraine. They want policy changes there, and time is running out to pass funding.
So, Kayla, there's another conflict, the Israel-Hamas war, and the ripple effects of that. That is going to be the topic of another hearing there on Capitol Hill today. There's some important guests that will be there for that. What are we talking about?
They are. So we'll see the leaders of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT, some of the nation's top universities. They'll be here to testify before the House this morning. These schools have been under intense scrutiny for not taking a strong enough approach to prevent anti-Semitism from spreading on their campuses after the Israel-Hamas war broke out. For example, there was the now infamous Harvard letter signed by more than 30 student groups blaming Israel for the deaths of its own people on October 7th. Critics and Harvard alumni on Capitol Hill were appalled by the hesitation, how long it took the school to respond, and how weak they perceived that response to be. As a result, a handful of Harvard alumni who were elected members on Capitol Hill demanded Harvard's president resign over this. At UPenn, mega donors closing their checkbooks in droves. Harvard and UPenn are both under investigation also by the Department of Education for allegations the schools created a hostile environment for Jewish students. And Patrice, I expect we'll learn more from this hearing that's expected to begin at around 10:15 this morning.
All right, Kayla, thank you for that. Live in Washington.
It sends the message
A resolution to better protect the Jewish community struck down. what led to this decision and how local leaders are reacting to the fighting as it resumes in the Middle East.
Health is wealth, and to keep you in tip-top shape, it is crucial to know what you're putting in your body. On the other side of the break, the troubling data on where the majority of kids are getting their nutrients. 9:12 is the time.
A new study finds that children and teens in the U.S. get 67% of their calories from ultra-processed foods. What does that even mean for their health? Well, joining us this morning, Mercy pediatrician Dr. Ashanti Woods. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Taylor. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, but I've got some confusion here. So ultra-processed foods, how does that differ from processed foods?
So there's about 4 categories of foods, and to keep it simple, you got first category unprocessed foods. That's gonna be like your natural fruits and veggies, food from an animal, for example, like eggs. Then there's a second category, which is ingredients. We don't care so much about that, but the third and fourth categories we care about. Third category is processed foods. And that might be like your smoked meats, foods with just a little bit of ingredients added to it. It's fourth category, ultra processed foods, which is the ones that we're concerned about. And that's the ones that we get more regularly, as the study shows. That's going to be if you turn your box over of ingredients for your foods, and if there's a long list, looks like a chemistry experiment list of ingredients, those are going to be our ultra processed foods. And many parents listening right now will be like, well, that's everything in the pantry. And that's correct. That's most of the foods that we're consuming.
Oh my goodness. So does consuming ultra processed foods impact children the same way it impacts adults, or are there some differences here?
So, we do think that it does impact children. The risks are at least the same. And so that includes increased calories, and increased calories is going to lead to increased weight. So the main thing is we're looking at is obesity and being overweight. Children who are consuming these foods now, we can predict that as young adults and adults, they might be overweight and obese. But there are some other concerns as well, to include nutrient deficiencies. So imagine you're a growing child with a growing brain. We want to make sure that you have the right nutrients. And if you're eating too many unhealthy foods, there's going to be a nutrient imbalance, if you will. And then the long-term ramifications that we're looking at, Taylor, include the effect of these ultra-processed foods on the gut, the child's gut, and what that means to their immune system and what that means down the road, to include increased risk for cancer.
Really quick here, I want to go back to this screen we had before. There were some options to switch out that parents can use instead of ultra-processed foods. What are some ways you can kind of divert away from ultra-processed and get something healthier in your kid's lunchbox?
Absolutely. So instead of maybe say like sweetened breakfast cereals, we want to consider fruit, good old-fashioned fruit. Instead of soda, you might have water with fruit inside the water, just to give the water a little taste to it. Instead of flavored chips, some of our favorite snacks, consider maybe pita chips. Make your own pita chips, or just whole grain crackers would be a nice little substitute for that. Instead of white bread, considering whole bread. Instead of fried chicken, maybe considering that rotisserie that we see spinning sometimes at the supermarket, and or getting your own chicken and cutting it at home. And essentially, it is going to involve more time in the kitchen preparing foods, and which is the reason that a lot of families, myself included, while we grab these sometimes unhealthy foods off the shelves, is because it's quick, it's easy. It's why we go to the fast food places, why we go to the carry-out places, because it's fast and quick. However, this study is showing us that we're consuming that at too great a rate, faster than we did 20 years ago, and that we don't know the full-term ramifications of these ingredients on ourselves, specifically our children. So it's an opportunity for us to make some changes.
All right, rolling back that intake. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashanti Woods.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
We're going to have to change children, because they're used to eating that kind of stuff in some instances, not all of that, because we try to eat healthy in our house, but there are, you know, the chips that goes in the lunch boxes. So I'm gonna have to switch children in order to abide by that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, and I'm gonna have to switch me, because I want some of that same stuff.
I mean, Rofo chicken, come on, farm store chicken. I mean, like everybody says,
moderation.
I'm sure Dr. Woods would think this too. Everything is good in moderation, is okay in moderation, but yeah, you got a lot of healthy options out there, and that's what you got to do. I love those big rotisserie chickens. You get them at Costco, you get them at Giant, wherever you're going, and yeah, just slice that thing up. You're good for like a couple of days. All right, here we go. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore. We do have the cloud cover out there as we look right down 395. You can see the Charm City tanks on the left side of your screen right there. Overall, temperatures colder than where we were yesterday. We're officially at 41 in Baltimore, and we're going to stay in the 40s for most of the day today. What we're tracking is our next weather maker. You can already see it on the left side of your screen, some of that light blue right there. That's on the other side of the mountain. So we don't have anything here along the 95 corridor and up and down the East Coast, but we do have the winter weather advisory for Garrett County, which starts about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Will go until tomorrow morning at 7. And there it is, kind of leaking into parts of West Virginia and areas just to the south and west of Pittsburgh, a few of those snow showers. So our temperatures are remaining cold over there in the mountains, and what we'll see is some of that snow developing throughout the day today. But for us around here, we're talking about mainly just cloudy skies again on your Tuesday afternoon with colder temperatures. Now, some of the models do want to bring a few rain showers in about 8 o'clock tonight for Westminster, Frederick, down through Gaithersburg, possibly moving into Baltimore City between about 8 and 10 o'clock this evening. So mainly while we're already tucked in for the evening and doing our Tuesday night stuff, that's when we'll see a few of those light showers around. In terms of snow, might get a few flakes flying around tomorrow morning, kind of on the backside of that system rolling through. But 40s here in the next hour on your MetroCast day planner, Owings Mills, and upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We know the Ravens getting back at it at practice for the big game this weekend, and 44 in that 5 o'clock hour if you're doing Taco Tuesday for today. Most of us stay in the 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures, down through Howard and Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 40s as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, really not seeing too much of a change. You can see those low to mid 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. So here comes that next weather maker, bringing those showers in this afternoon. Most of the system stays to the south and west of us, but again, a few showers can't be ruled out for tonight on the rain side. And then tomorrow morning, you see that little light blue right there to the north of us. Some of that might get caught up in the upper flow and may see a few flakes flying around the Mason-Dixon through the middle part of the morning. Tomorrow, by tomorrow afternoon, all of that's out of here and we're drying out. As we head toward Thursday, we'll see those temperatures stay in the 40s, but first day of Hanukkah on Friday, not looking too bad. Mid to upper 50s and then lower 60s. Saturday and Sunday. So we've got milder conditions on the way for the weekend. However, we'll be raining for that Ravens game on Sunday.
All right, well, it's never too early to head to the ballpark later, where you can grab your spring training tickets for the Birds.
And power up your time machine, because we're checking out how Marylanders celebrated the holidays back in the 18th century. Coming up, learn more about the festivities happening this weekend at the Hampton Mansion. 9:22, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, let's go ahead and step back in time this holiday season with Towson's only national park.
We are live talking with Melissa Miller, the curator at the Hampton Mansion. Good morning again, Melissa. All right, so talk about all that's going on over this holiday season.
Yes, this Saturday for Holidays at Hampton, we would love to have you come out and experience the sounds of the season. So we will have musical performances by Connections Academy Choir here in the mansion. We will also have African American storytelling by the Griot Circle of Maryland over on the farm side. There'll be children's activities. They can become a junior ranger. Lots of fun here, starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday. There's parking over at Towson United Methodist Church and a shuttle that'll take you everywhere you need to go around the park. It's guaranteed to be a fun, festive time for the entire family to enjoy, and it's all free, so you can't beat that.
Sounds
We'd love
good.
to have you come out. Yeah.
So talk about the room that you're
Be
in
sure
right
to
now.
check out our website. This is the music room. So this is set up to the late 1800s, as if the Ridgely children are opening their gifts on Christmas Day. And each room is set to a different time period, so you can learn about holiday traditions throughout American history.
All right, so Melissa, how long should you plan to be out there? I mean, how long is it going to take to get through all the things?
We have scheduled events throughout the day. So it starts at 10. ends at 5, and we open again in the evening from 6 to 7:30. So you can see everything by candlelight. There's a schedule online so you can see different things throughout the day, but I would definitely plan for a couple hours at least.
Sounds good, Melissa. Thank you.
All right, well, we've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, there could be some snow tomorrow, but will the weekend bring warmer temperatures? Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Baltimore City Council rejects a resolution in support of Israel. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at that resolution and why they voted against it. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday.
Yeah,
Tuesday
Tuesday.
morning, 9:30. I've been thinking Thursday all morning, so Tuesday caught me by surprise. I know. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm a depressed
Sorry.
Tom Rogers now. Fine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, looking at the forecast, whether it's Tuesday, Thursday.
That's why we do leg kick Tuesday. But it's just kind of a mini leg kick because, you know, my little stuff, so I don't want to mess anything up. Can't be all active as I was. That's the reason why I'm not working out. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on outside. All I do is injure myself when I work out. All right, our downtown Baltimore camera, you can actually see the Bromo Seltzer Tower there. And we do have some cloud cover that's hanging around right now. Definitely our temperatures that have been colder than where they were yesterday, 30s and 40s at this time. And overall, our numbers here are going to get to the upper 40s today. That's about it. So we'll definitely see cooler temperatures by some 5 to 7 degrees or so. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through that and let you know when that rain rolls in and the potential for some snow, at least in western Maryland, later today.
Happening today, state lawmakers will meet for a third time to discuss the impact of juvenile justice laws in the state.
In fact, this fall, members of the House committee have already met twice to talk about the growing number of young people finding themselves as either suspects or victims of violence.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a preview of today's hearing. Shannon.
Yeah, so right now, Patrice and Tom, we are just about 3.5 hours out from the start of this meeting in Annapolis, and members of a House committee will once again come together to try to finalize plans to tackle the big issue of juvenile crime. Now, this is coming just a little more than a month out from the start of the 2024 legislative session. It also comes as the latest polling data from Gonzalez Research shows us that voters are looking for change in terms of juvenile justice laws.
What we found statewide, 59% of Marylanders say we need a strict approach. 35% said a more moderate approach.
Two laws are at the center of the debate today, and that is the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Act. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents kids 13 and younger from facing nonviolent misdemeanor charges. The Interrogation Protection Act requires an attorney to be present during questioning of juveniles by law enforcement. Now, prosecutors from around the state have been speaking out against these laws, and they are pushing for changes.
A revolving door. The same juvenile offenders over and over again.
You can protect the child and also protect society.
We don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
Now, as for what changes we may see from these hearings, that's still pretty hard to say. Democrats control both chambers in the state House, and Democratic House Judiciary Committee Chairman Luke Clippinger previously told Fox 45 News he was interested in looking at probation as an area for potential change, but so far there are no concrete plans for that. But of course, we will continue to follow and be monitoring this hearing closely. It gets underway and kicks off at 1 this afternoon in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, police across our area are telling Fox 45 News they are seeing the impact of juvenile justice laws, saying that young people do not fear consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
It would be like legislature raising the speed limit to 100 miles per hour on interstate highways and then questioning why we're not writing more speeding tickets on the interstate.
We've heard from frustrated juvenile crime victims across the state. 72-year-old Donna Talent was carjacked at gunpoint in front of her home in Rosedale last week, leaving her with a black eye and a concussion. A 16-year-old and a 15-year-old were charged. The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office tells Fox 45 News the 16-year-old will be charged as an adult. Talent says those responsible need to face consequences.
These kids don't have consequences, and that's what makes me very angry. And I am furious, and I'm going after these. I want to prosecute. I want to see some type of retribution.
Talent says she'll read a victim impact statement when the 15-year-old appears in court later this month.
9:35, and in the latest on the war in Israel, Israel's military is pushing its offensive deeper into southern Gaza.
According to the Associated Press, satellite photos analyzed shows Israel's military has started a ground offensive in the south. Now, this comes after Israel called for more evacuations in the second largest city in Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 15,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began.
Nearly 1.9 million people in Gaza have been displaced since the beginning of the war. And according to the United Nations Relief Agency, that's more than 80% of Gaza's total population. The agency also says that 218 displaced people have died while staying at UN facilities, and more than 900 have been injured.
With the large Jewish population that we have here in Baltimore that is feeling very isolated and alone because of the recent events and the rise in anti-Semitism in the United States, it's important that their government can stand with them.
Well, the Baltimore City Council voted no to a resolution in support of Israel.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with why City Council voted against the resolution. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, just before the vote, protesters spoke out in support of Palestine. And as you mentioned, ultimately the resolution didn't pass. But now Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer is reacting to that vote and the message that he says it sends. Take a listen.
It sends the message that hate is only okay if it's being perpetuated against Jews. Murder is only okay if you're murdering Jews, and that sends a horrible message to the people of Baltimore.
Council President Nick Mosby approved adding the measure to last night's meeting agenda, but because it calls for an immediate resolution, at least 12 votes are needed for approval. The resolution failed to get the required number of votes, with only 9 members voting yes, 4 council members abstaining, with 2 others not present, making those 4 abstaining votes from council members Christopher Burnett, Ryan Dorsey, Felicia Porter, and Odette Ramos critical. Those council members chose not to be interviewed, but Councilman John Bullock, who supported the resolution, spoke to why others possibly didn't.
The fact is that there are people who also are fighting for self-determination. And just like the state of Israel deserves to exist in terms of people, for self-determination, that also needs to exist for the Palestinian people as well.
Now, just before the vote, Councilman Schleifer described how his resolution is worded very similar to resolution passed 4 years ago that condemned the New Zealand terrorist attack. After hearing that, Councilman Mark Conway decided to support the measure, but it still wasn't enough. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Coming up, an update in the case surrounding the murder of 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Details on the new legal action that the Petito family is taking.
A cold day ahead with highs in the 40s, but we could maybe see some snow tomorrow. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that possibility. That's ahead in his full weather authority forecast. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
.40 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. According to Montgomery County officials, a man will spend 65 years in prison after he was found guilty of fatally stabbing a man and injuring another in Rockville, and this happened in September 2022.
A circuit court judge issued this sentencing to Scorpio Alexander Stanfield, who was convicted by 2 separate juries back in May. Officials said that Stanfield killed 25-year-old Jonathan Moore of Silver Spring while injuring another male victim in his 40s who later survived. Making national headlines, the parents of Gabby Petito say Brian Laundrie told his parents on the phone that Gabby was gone a few weeks before her remains were found.
Petito's parents updated a civil complaint as part of a lawsuit now against Laundrie's parents and their attorney. They accuse the three of intentionally keeping information about the 22-year-old's death. Gabby Petito's family reported her missing September 2021. The Laundrie was found dead weeks later. Coming up, the Oxford English Dictionary released the word of the year. How many of you could actually know this word and the runner-ups? 9:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Before we go, though, take a look at that. Whether you have a holiday party or maybe you just need some festive decor, we are talking Christmas plants coming up after the break.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 9:44. So often we have that person in our life that we don't quite know what to get them for Christmas. Well, what about a plant or 65 plants? Maybe you could do that. All of the plant care tips here. We've got District Manager for Bell Nursery, our favorite, Carol Jacobs. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Justin. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So why do plants make a good gift?
Number one, they last forever if you take care of them.
Right.
And we have, as you see, everything from trees, greenery, poinsettias, and houseplants, all available to make the perfect gift for whoever in your life, available at the Home Depot.
You know, when you came in this morning, I was like, well, you bring all the poinsettias in, and I'm like, okay, they're beautiful. And then I never thought of that as like a gift, you know, because I think I've given a plant maybe to my mom like once or something, but I didn't think of it of like other gifts. Now, poinsettias, the famous plant, right, for Christmas. Are they hard to take care of?
Very easy to take care of. A few tips. You want to get them evenly moist, not really wet. You want to keep them away from a heat source or from like the door. You don't want them right next to your door so they get really cold and they don't like, because as you were talking about, they're native to Mexico, so they really don't like the weather we're having right now.
They don't, yeah, no.
But very easy to take care of. Just bright indirect light, so not in a window where it's going to get full sun and burn. But like you said, there's great poinsettias for the holidays, but we also have other wonderful things.
Yeah, talk about some of the other ones. I mean, everybody thinks poinsettias, they think of the red, the white, and all the different colors, but what are some other good ones you have here?
I love, just came in, these are bromeliads.
Oh,
so these are very hardy tropical plants, festive red color, Came all decorated, beautiful pot, very easy to take care of, and this will last and last.
And now you say tropical plants. Well, we live in Maryland, so not quite tropical, right?
Everything
inside.
needs to be
Okay.
inside and nice and warm. We have this beautiful anthurium, also nice red.
Yeah.
This will last you forever. Take care of it, water it, make sure it has drainage. Great plant. We have Christmas cactus, which everybody has a story about a Christmas cactus. Right. They have their grandmother's Christmas cactus. Well, you can start a new tradition. Also easy to take care of.
And real quick, about 20 seconds left. Beginning gardeners, like something when they're just starting out, they get a plant, water it, keep it, in the light, but keep it out of the heat, right? Is that
it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Just put your fingers in the soil. If it's too wet, don't water it. If it's dry, give it a little drink.
Okay, because I have plants at home. I've got Deb, and I've got Seth, and I have Polly, and I'm always like making sure that and when I see them dry, I put water in them. So
they're doing well.
I hope so.
Good.
All right, good.
It's good to hear.
All right, that's Carol. These are the plants, poinsettias. I don't know if you can find me. We're hanging out in the garden. Back to you guys over there.
We see you all the time. The plants are beautiful today. All right, let's take a look at what's happening around the region. At 10 in Baltimore, Amazon will be delivering essential supplies to Share Baby. That will be taking place at the Share Baby warehouse at 1792 Union Avenue. Share Baby is a nonprofit that supports Baltimore's most vulnerable children. They will receive donations of diapers, $15,000, and other essential needs.
An hour later, also happening in Baltimore, the ribbon cutting for the new Her Resiliency Center that's in Fells Point. Center's purpose is to support young women and survivors of complex trauma by promoting empowerment. The new space will host a variety of intensive and holistic care programming and a whole lot more. The event will be taking place at 1910 Fleet Street.
And Baltimore is getting into the holiday spirit with the Light the Labyrinth celebration at Johns Hopkins. It will take place at the Hopkins Bayview Center at 4940 Eastern Avenue. The annual event reflects on the role of light in faith traditions and shares what brings them hope during the holidays. It's free, it's open to the public, and it starts at 5.
Well, and at Druid Hill Park, the breathtaking Charm City Lights take a journey through the park at Baltimore for the most captivating holiday light display in the city. That will take place from 5:30 to 9:30.
All right, well, spring training just around a few corners. Few corners into the next year, past a lot between now and then. But here's what you need to know now. The tickets for what comes down the line, they go on sale next Tuesday, December 12th.
Yeah, if you want to check out the O's in Sarasota, Florida, you can get your tickets at Orioles.com/spring. The box office at Ed Smith Stadium will open a little bit later date. Pitchers and Catchers reporting February 13th, a day before Valentine's Day. The first spring training game February 24th against the Red Sox.
I mean, it's 2 months. Nobody's listening to me.
We're listening. You're yelling.
No, I'm sorry. They didn't have it was 2 months. I mean, it's 2 months from today. We're going to be talking about pitchers and catchers, right?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, 2 months from next week. What is the date today? It's the 5th, right?
5th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got some time. The end of February. So.
I get excited when we got the O's. I mean, we know we got Ravens. We're full on playoff mode here. We know that they're making that run to the playoffs. 5 tough games left. Even though you think even though you think Rams aren't going to be much anything and the Steelers, there's still a lot of good teams the Ravens have to get through. So first step is this Sunday back here at home on Fox 45. You can watch that game right here. You don't want to deal with the rain. Bromo Seltzer Tower, not looking too bad right now. That sun is trying to work through those clouds. Basically, that kind of cloud deck is hanging around, but it's high enough, so don't worry. We can get our flights in today, pilots. That's good news. Looking at our HD radar, not really seeing anything here along the 95 corridor, but as you look to the west, we're already seeing some of those light showers move in. We have the winter weather advisory. It's only for Garrett County for right now. That could be expanded, but you can start to see a few of those showers starting to move in. That's the next weather maker coming out of the upper Midwest. For us here at home in Baltimore and throughout the counties in our regional viewing area, we're talking about a lot of cloud cover for today. And later tonight, 7, 8 o'clock, this is the latest model run. Look what happened. The showers basically went away. So maybe a couple of stray showers here and there, parts of Carroll County, down into Baltimore City and County through 9 and 10 o'clock tonight. Really not much of anything. Potentially a few flakes flying tomorrow coming from the north as that wind picks up tomorrow morning into the early part of the afternoon. But high temps today in the mid to upper 40s. These are going to be your numbers. This is what I was talking about. VFR all day today, visual flight rules. Got to fly with my buddy Dave yesterday, and we shout out to Walt over there at the Clearview Air Park Flying Club. We got to see 2 Whiskey 2. I did not get a mug because I didn't do the landing. So I got to work on it. Dave did the landing. I'm not getting the mug till I do it myself. Anyway, Walt was great, and folks out there, I can't wait to talk to him next year. All right, so 40s here through Thursday, back to the upper 50s on Friday, and the lower 60s for this weekend. Even though we have rain on Sunday, guys, we're talking about temperatures that are going to be above average.
You can get into the holiday spirit by winning $100 or even $5,000. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen and play our daily holiday trivia question every day, Monday through Thursday. You can win a $100 Visa e-gift card, and then you'll be in the running to win the national weekly prize of $5,000. Scan the QR code and try your luck at the holiday trivia. Congratulations to our winner from yesterday, Heather Hopkins.
And now taking a look at our Fox 45 Christmas tree, our giveaways are done for today, but keep watching all week and up until Christmas as we have plenty of prizes still that you can take home. You just need to be the 10th caller when we tell you to call. Good luck.
Well, the highly anticipated 1914 Babe Ruth trading card was finally auctioned off Sunday night. Highly sought after card features a young Babe Ruth as a Baltimore Oriole. And the one-of-a-kind trading card sold for, get this, $7.2 million. The Robert Edwards auction house initially estimated the card would go for more than $10 million. And based on the fact, pardon me, that it's only one of 10 cards known to exist. The card was the second highest price ever recognized at an auction and the third highest price ever paid for a trading card.
The Oxford English Dictionary has chosen its word of the year, and it is Riz. Did you know what that meant?
No.
Riz, spelled R-I-Z-Z, is a popular word with Gen Z, apparently. That's why we don't know it. It's used to describe a person's ability to attract or seduce another person. Slang for charisma.
Gotcha. Okay, I see that. Riz beat out other 3 finalists, Swiftie, Situationship, and Prompt. Merriam-Webster also recently, released their word of the year, which was authentic.
Well, wait a minute, prompt. Is there a different meaning behind prompt? Why would that even be in the top 3? Prompt.
I gotta Google it. I'm not sure. What does it mean, not suitable for work?
Gen Z, they're over there, I don't know. So they don't know either. Prompt.
Prompt.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's got to be another.
On time, maybe?
Yeah, but there's got to be another. All right, stick around. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:54.